Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. It's day 2 of the Navajo Trails and Outdoor Rec Conference, and we've got an awesome day on tap. Glad you could join us today. We got an amazing presenter to start the day off, and Eddie's going to introduce him in just a moment. Before we do, I want to mention that we do little pop quizzes throughout the conference, so stay tuned as you are shifting between sessions. We'll often throw in a question or so you can pay attention and see if you know anything about trails and outdoor rec on the nation. So we'll start off with a little question. One of the prizes for anybody who answers one of these little questions correctly is going to be a Navajo Nation calendar. And we also have the trail guides, and we also have these really cool neck gaiters that you can be getting as a prize as well. So here's our first question today. We'll start you off with this one. This is from the calendar, and this is a man on a trail. He is biking, and the question is twofold. What is this trail? This is a trail you heard a lot about yesterday, a community with trails of about 10 miles of single-track trail. So what is the trail in this photograph? And a little bonus question, who's the dude? Who's the guy on that bike? So if you know who that guy is, that'll get you an extra prize as well. So what is this trail? That's the Carrizo Mountain in the background there. And it's, like I say, one of the longest routes, one of the longest trails on the nation currently. All right. So if you know those, you can send your answers to Facebook. Raiji's going to keep tabs on those throughout the day. So we'll get some things shipped out to you here for those of you who get those questions correct. All right. So we're going to hear from our first presenter in a second, and then we will dive into our agenda. We're going to be getting into the role of parks in outdoor recreation. We're going to hear that from both a tribal and a national park perspective. And we're also going to have a really cool session this morning featuring some developing trails in the Crownpoint community. Crownpoint doing some really amazing things on trails. And we'll hear from Daniel Vandiver and George LaFrance and some other folks doing some really cool things out that way. So without further ado, though, I'm going to give the mic to Eddie, who is going to introduce our keynote and very special guest speaker this morning.
Thank you, Tom. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for coming to our conference and joining us. I'm here to introduce our first presenter, and it is our fearless leader, Mr. Jonathan Nez, President of the Navajo Nation. Take it away, President.
Eli, and thank you to everyone that is a part of the Navajo Trails and Outdoor Recreation Conference. Today is day 2, and I am hopeful that you received some information that could be applied throughout our nation and I guess the surrounding communities. Well, after this pandemic has gone. My name is Jonathan Nez. So here dan hidi nido lesta dan hinatigido da isunol sagi ashin shlong katnesa ni ibashishin aro twedichi ni idashiro tkachi ni idashanala aro beti nash inigi Cecilia, First Lady of the Navajo Nation, Ishido, Yiche Hatzito Leticha, Beya, Tapanlo, Tlizatanias Chin, Ado, Nakred Naida, the Bachidoa, the Banala. So, Rashin Bista Naya di Tao, Lego, the Ne, Biki up a crowd of now, Tradi Cow, John Hits Ispayat, no, Kodoshi Hanet Hijabadalia. Ado Jadina Snigi, the Kosan Skagina has states at Hits East Zilo, beaches do Gato, that the Nasnigi. Of course, I ain't he can't hidden as it's East Virginia has tea. A conde Lana Danza. Ishi Bade, the a team. Jada pe do Sita pe. So end and it's Ispayat Lego Tradika. So any ebony yaho nakich dada she ya aslaso si do benachiko he kissed on Linigi Navajo nation do the Navajo Youth Empowerment Service Silidane Linigi Director Tom Riggenbach Ado Nikido Koje Naganda Nishigi Silidane and Linigi Edo Atrapana Nishidation Jo Dean Lay Kenneth the Sataha Da Jo Hut Ya Benya Aslahande Tle and then Andi Ohut A Naso Aslahande Tle Shikedo Shidna. And it's Ispada Williando, Lesto, Chiando, Nahayat Egin, it's Isbayat Egi today, and the Nojo, Argent Hol Gigia, Kadeshi Dina, Sunsto, Ayegon, the Hastrado, that Zaz, Yedak at the Halonigishi Eya, in a national days net or less, and on setting con today in or less, or I'll be able not to Condale Tietole, so down in Antinia. Being go the dark with the niche and then out Bakon is she's in that Nina Shahada, Mado Jeche, Masan and Nala do Jeto, Claw dark and he did know down here the how in Antina, Jabil, Dati Paul Township. Ben that need Tindo less teacher, Shikiroshin. So I think so could the neck catching each seat or less and want to transition into English and again good morning to everyone. Day 2 of the conference. Yesterday you had overview of the trails and outdoor recreation. Nature and human health, outdoor rec, and emerging Navajo economies. Today, myself and the First Lady will say to you, welcome to the conference, as well as incorporating our vision, all of our vision, the Navajo people's vision for a healthier tomorrow for everyone. You know, as we go through a pandemic right now, it is very important. I think it highlighted the health issues that we have here on our nation. You've heard terms like the most vulnerable population. What does that mean? Those that are that can be directly impacted by this virus, COVID-19. And how do you fight these types of viruses? You know, one way to do it is to take good care of your body, the intake of good foods, as well as being physically active. And with the building of trails and repairing of trails throughout the Navajo Nation, it is important for the well-being of our people. We have high rates of diabetes and heart disease and even high rates of depression, alcoholism, drug addiction, you know. And being healthy and being physically active is one way to fight off these modern day monsters. And that's what we're fighting here on the nation since the hero twins. Fast forward to today, we are being equipped with the weapons to fight off these modern day monsters. And, you know, trail conferences like this help in the war against diabetes and health problems here on the Navajo Nation. So I just wanted to highlight the trail building around the Navajo Nation. We appreciate Navajo YES, the museum, our divisions, and many others that have been in partnership in developing trails throughout the Navajo Nation for the use of our citizens. Of course, it gets challenging at times when this is federal lands, but we have developed a process to expedite trail building and resources that are available. You know, last month we just reauthorized the Healthy Dene Nation, the Dene Nation Act, which is they call it the junk food tax, to support these types of endeavors. And now we're coming out of the winter soon. Of course, it snowed. We've been praying for that, and we got moisture. So we are going to be transitioning into the planting season. So it's not just all about physical activity, right? It's also about what we put into our bodies. And we're hopeful that once again, this year will be an increase in farming and growing healthy foods here on our Navajo Nation. It's been many years since the increase in farming here on the Navajo Nation. It kind of dwindled down a bit until this really this movement of being a little bit more healthier, and especially nowadays with this COVID-19 in our communities, the importance of having a strong body and a strong immune system. There will be a Navajo Nation trail guide that will be developed. We look forward to that here on Navajo. And we do have copies of that that will be available. If not now, then soon. And we look forward to getting back on the trails and being outdoors. I mean, that's and being with your families. You know, I think that's what this pandemic has done, that we got closer to our families and enjoy a little bit more of the outdoors. So it's not just about running, hiking, and biking. Let's also remember our way of life teaching. These trails could be used for horseback riding, to talk about our way of life, stories, and horses are one of the important foundations of Navajo being. And there's a lot of stories to that as well. And so let us not cut the horseback riders short, because it's a very intense physical activity as well, riding horses. Those of you that ride horses, you know what I'm talking about. The other is in terms of economic development, linking communities together. Many decades, centuries ago, communities were interlinked by trails, and that was the only form of movement from one community to another through these trails. And to reestablish some of the historic trails is also important, and important to teaching our way of life to our younger generations. And so today's session, it'll be focused on various partnerships. We're going to be hearing from our directors as well, and the role of the parks in outdoor recreation. We appreciate Louise always being there, Louise Chinagini, for being at these races and committing the Navajo Nation resources to these types of physical activity events, as well as highlighting our destinations here on the Navajo Nation, the tribal parks. And as many of you know, the Navajo Nation Parks Race Series has really increased in attendance. And I also look forward to getting back on those trails and those events. And I know throughout this pandemic, it's been hard because we are staying home. There was a provision in our public health emergency orders that allowed physical activity during the lockdowns. You're 5 miles out and 5 miles back from where you live. And hope many of you took advantage of that during these lockdowns. Plus, for me, it was mostly treadmill, but not everybody has a treadmill. So it's very important that we have continue the physical activity even during a pandemic. I see Ray Holsoy also being on the agenda. What a great inspiration he is to many of us. I hate to say his age, but he's just like a young man, and his age doesn't limit him from getting outdoors, and that should be inspiring to us all. That at our senior age, we are able to continue to be physically active. And we also have our vice president and the second lady of the Navajo Nation that will be speaking to you as well this afternoon. The many projects that are highlighted, we appreciate all the individuals who have started these events here on the Navajo Nation and even around the Navajo Nation. And so we welcome you to the Navajo Trails and Outdoor Recreation Conference. This is Jonathan Nez, your president, and we look forward to great things ahead of us once we transition out of this public health emergency. Right now our focus is to keep our Navajo people safe. I know some of you may have been discouraged by the canceling of these events, but I would rather have a cancellation than to have a widespread pandemic in our communities. Even as much as, we've been doing our very best to keep safe, but this modern day monster is unseen. Even though we do the best precautions to fight and push back on this virus, it still sneaks in. And no matter how hard we push back on it, it got into the Navajo Nation. And so our utmost plan now is to get as many people vaccinated as we can. I took the vaccination, even though I thought myself to be healthy. But I did that not just for myself, but for my family, my wife here, and my children, because not everybody is as active as we are, right? Or in the trails. It's not just about ourselves, it's about others as well. So I encourage people like us, runners and people that are active and those that are watching, encourage you all to get vaccinated. And we're almost at the 100,000 shot mark total for the Navajo Nation. And that would help us. That would help us get back to some normalcy, to open the parks, to be able to travel and do large races once again, of course, doing it safely. So let's keep that in mind. I know we're all itching to get back to these large gatherings, but we also need to keep in mind that our elders were the ones who were really impacted by this virus. About 2/3 of the folks that have lost their lives to this virus have been our elderly people. And so keep that in mind as we begin to transition more into 2021, and have a good conference. And we look forward to seeing you on the trail in the future. And I'll give the time over to our First Lady, Cecilia Nez.
Yes, hey, good morning. It's good to be back for the second day of the conference. I hope you all had a chance to watch all the videos from yesterday. They're all on YouTube, the recordings of it at Navajo Nation OPVP Communications. So if you don't get a chance, it will be there to watch later on. But today, there were some questions yesterday about what about resources and funding opportunities. Those will be discussed this afternoon. And so here's to a lot of trail building to come in a lot of our communities across the Navajo Nation. Thank you for joining us. Yeah.
All right. Short, sweet, to the point, not like me, tend to take too much time, but enjoy your conference. You got Tom and Raiji from Navajo YES that will be facilitating the discussion with our very own Eti Abasta and Eli Leslie from the Office of the President and Vice President. And for all of the presenters, thank you so much for being a part of this conference. I'm sure we will learn much. Things always change from year to year in terms of trails and physical activity. And I also saw many individuals who were commenting about when we're going to be reopening. And let me just end with this. Every single person here on the Navajo Nation was directly impacted by COVID-19. Every single one of us. I lost an uncle last week. We've lost loved ones throughout this public health emergency. So we have to think about those people, the sacrifice that many have done being on the front lines of this pandemic. And we honor them today as well for keeping us safe. And let's keep those families that have lost loved ones or that have a loved one that's going through some difficult times with the virus. Let's keep them in prayer. And we're hopeful, got to be hopeful to get back to some normalcy. And so that's what we are focused on behalf of the Navajo people, to keep every single person safe. It's not about us. It's about the nation, the people as a whole. So God bless you, and God bless our great Navajo Nation. Thank you so much. Turn the time back over to our facilitator. Have a good conference.
Oh, yeah, President Nez, great words. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you sharing with us. President Nez has done so much to promote health and wellness, trails, outdoor rec on the nation. It's just been really game-changing. So really appreciate the support and the encouraging words this morning. All right, we do not have a winner yet on our first quiz of the day. So I'll show you this picture again. This is a trail in a community that was mentioned several times yesterday by Joey Klein from IMBA and also by Kurt. So if you think you know this trail, it's a 10-mile trail. There was a race up there in October. Those are the Carrizo Mountains in the background of this photo. So see if you can identify that trail and identify the rider for a bonus point there. The rider is a pretty well-known Dene mountain biker. He's from the Tisnas Pass area. Man, I'm giving all kinds of clues here. All right, so see if you can give us the trail and or the rider in this photo on this trail. All right, Raiji will be checking. We've got a few answers that are close, but not quite. So give it a shot if you think you know it. All right, we're going to move on the agenda. We're going to have just a few quick words from the Director of the Division of Economic Development, Mr. J.T. Willey, at this time. J.T.
Hello, this is J.T. Willey, the Division Director for the Navajo Nation Division of Economic Development. Here at the Division of Economic Development, our main mission and goal is to really support the Navajo Nation economy. Located throughout the whole entire Navajo Nation, our vision is based on providing economic support for regional business development all the way to our bigger development projects such as commercial sites, industrial sites, and now to what we see coming up, renewable development. Scope of what economic development is for us here on the Navajo Nation and how you can support us in these different initiatives and also be part of the perspective when it comes to growing the economy here throughout the Navajo Nation. So please come with us as I take us through this conversation. You all are a big factor when it comes to economic development and growth throughout the Navajo Nation. Here at the division, we can do all we can to support projects, build projects, invest money. We can work with leadership to do local development, but it's really up to you on supporting economic development. In speaking to economic development, the beauty of Mother Nature here on Denebikea is one of our #1 most priorities here. And so as you can tell, and as you can see, the development of infrastructure for water, electricity, what have you, is very limited. And so with that, we understand that many areas cannot grow as fast as others throughout Navajo land. Other areas throughout Navajo have the same growth pattern, whether it's a school, whether it's a utility authority, whether it's a medical facility. The support for those infrastructures has been developed throughout the years, bringing on other convenience stores, eateries, gas stations, what have you. So with the respect to Mother Nature in mind, Nihimana Hassan Do Di Denebikea is understanding that we have to respect what has been gifted to us from the holy people. There are 110 chapters located throughout the Navajo Nation. So in working with chapter officials, the local residents within each chapter district, as well as also for land use planning, the clubsy committees, we encourage the relationship to be strong. We encourage the abilities to work together so that we can help grow a lot of projects within economic development. And like I said, it just doesn't happen from one perspective. It involves everybody. Buy local and buy Navajo is not just a campaign slogan. It is actually the most important component for economic development. How you can support the Navajo economy is by buying local, buy Navajo. It's just like here, paying for gas on the reservation, there's a fuel excise tax, and a percentage of that goes back into the Navajo Nation, which pays for infrastructure such as road development. The most important component, again, is where you come in, is exactly what you see here. All of the traffic, all of the people who are supporting the local economy by staying local as much as you can. And the best contribution you can make is purchasing your gas on the Navajo Nation. So now as we move forward, tourism has always been what we call the low-hanging fruit of the Navajo Nation. The gateway into many of the areas through Navajo land come with a destination site such as Windarock here, or as we call Tsagahodzane. And as we move forward, we look to you, the Navajo people, our neighbors, our friends, our visitors, to help us and increase the tourism industry throughout Navajo land. As a division, we can support the tourism unit. However, in making our tourism unique, culturally unique for our visitors to enjoy, we need everyone to be part of the picture in making the Denebikea beautiful, keeping it beautiful, and then also supporting the tourism industry as visitors start returning back to the Navajo Nation. Sunago nanish kanchkarigi e nanle Denebikea bakako aro the sunago shin is katna with yadide near katna snella near base bar sa ane aro ne not ani agila ako minati hojoya hisne nishkadole ati shido nzajagodole mehesh edo shikazene.
Mr. Willie, good words from our Division of Economic Development. All right, we do have a couple winners on the quiz from earlier. Donnie Mose of Monument Valley and Mark Pavich of Cove. Donnie correctly identified this as the Baklaboto Community Trail System, and so he is a winner. And Mark identified the rider. This rider is Anthony Cady. Anthony is amazing writer, also graphic designer from Tisnaspas. He is one of the masterminds behind Navajo Nation Trails Guide that we'll talk about a little bit later. All right, so we'll have many more opportunities to win some swag here throughout the day, folks, so stay tuned, and when we say quiz time, pay attention. All right, cool. We're going to move on the agenda. Our next session is the role of parks in outdoor recreation. And we've got three presenters here. We're going to have Luis Sinigini from Navajo Nation Parks and Recreation. We have Armando Ortega from the View Hotel, which is located in Monument Valley Navajo Tribal Park. And then we have Kendall Nisis, who is with Glen Canyon Recreation Area in Page, Arizona. So we're going to start off with the video from Luis, introducing you all to the Navajo Nation Park System.
Yate, good morning. I'm Louise Sinajini with Navajo Parks and Recreation. Sinajini shla twatsani bashashin, my dashkishi dashiche, arot sinajini a dashanala, ne nada diletan nasha. Ako, yahan dishni doleto, yate ben dikodo. Arodi. Good morning, everybody. I'm Louise Sinajini with Navajo Parks and Recreation. This morning, we'll be talking to you about the role Navajo Parks has on outdoor recreation. Our vision at Navajo Parks and Recreation is to manage, protect tribal lands, monuments, and recreation areas for the perpetual benefit of the Navajo Nation. Now that in itself means everything on the tribal parks, the nature, the land, the animals. Now, with all of this involved, we as the Net people learn or have been taught that we are one with nature, we are one with the animals, and we are one with our family, our human being friends, our humans. As you heard the president say earlier, currently our Navajo tribal parks are closed until further notice. Understanding that the health and the values of our Navajo people are more important. So we ask that everyone understand that and know that we are all in this pandemic together, and we are all trying to get out of it with getting our vaccine, with trying to stay healthy, going outside, going for a little walk. That is not only the health part, but the mental, the spiritual, and it makes you get one with nature. If somebody can tell me right now, whoever is online, if somebody can tell me when the Navajo Parks and Recreation was established. I do have some free stuff to give away. I do have some t-shirts. And if you can tell me, let's see, there's only about, I think Raiji said about 50 people on right now. If you can share this and like it to how many ever people, let's promote Navajo trails. If you can press share, put the share button with whoever, and let's go over 100, I would say, because I think 50 people were watching when the president was talking. Let's get to 100. Let's go all across not only the Navajo Nation, but the world, because this is who we are. We are Navajo, so that is who we are here to support. Our Navajo Nation people, our Navajo Nation economy, as you heard from JT, we are here to support Navajo. So if you can answer that, the first one on our side, I had one say 1958, that's close, but not really. If you can get a little bit more, you were close, but not really. If you can tell me and leave me the... Okay, there is one. Okay, we got the answer, everybody. It was established in 1957. Now, it is established by our Navajo Nation Council, and it was made by, yes, they were one of the council delegates that assisted in this whole thing. So even back then, our Navajo Nation Council was thinking about our Navajo Nation land and our Navajo Nation in general. What beliefs they had back then is actually what we're still working with now. So whoever got that question right, I do believe they pinned it and everything. Send me your address. I will definitely get you a t-shirt. It was established back by the council delegates, and was created the Navajo Nation Parks and Recreation, which in all is part of the Division of Natural Resources. Now, as part of Division of Natural Resources, we are Navajo Parks and Recreation. Now, Navajo Parks and Recreation oversees all Navajo tribal parks. Navajo tribal parks being Little Colorado River Gorge over in Cameron. We also have the Antelope Canyon, Lake Powell Navajo Travel Park over in Page. Now, these are all areas of destination travel. We also have Monument Valley Navajo Travel Park over in beautiful Monument Valley. We have the Four Corners Monument. If you see my shirt, there's Four Corners on there. Four Corners is a beautiful place where all 4 states come together. We have our Tsediet Diné Heritage Center, our Cottonwood Campground over in Canyon de Chelly. The campground is open when we have our camping season. It is not open now. Don't say that I said it was open. All the travel parks are still closed. We have Camp Masayet up here on Bolt Canyon. We have the San Juan River just on the Navajo side. And then, of course, as you've seen in the pictures before, our beautiful Windrock Veterans Memorial Park. And with all of this, we show the aspect of the beautiful side and the nature and what it brings as being Navajo. As being Navajo, we see the spiritual side, we see the human side, and we try to create that haja. Haja to Navajos means everything in it that's entirety. If you were trying to put that in words, that would be harmony. Being in harmony with all your surroundings. Being holistic, having everything from all the directions be one. That is what we have, and that's what we try to say as the Navajo people, be haja. It's even said in many of our prayers. It's said every morning. Those of you that do wake up and pray in the morning, we all try to keep that haja. And then also it goes to having our family, our friends. So when you seen the pictures earlier, it does depict many areas of our Navajo tribal parks. And within Navajo tribal parks, we do see the beauty, the intrinsic, the deep down emotion. And even from the people that spoke yesterday, they were really optimistic, they were enthusiastic, they were so happy to be outside. And just like the First Lady said as well, we got to get outside, we got to keep our health up. And with that, that is where Navajo Tribal Parks does encourage people. Yes, they encourage people to come travel. They do encourage people to come see our sites, but on a time when we all can do it healthy and clearly, and we can all work together. We work with many departments as well. We have the whole Division of Natural Resources, from Land Department, Fish and Wildlife, because we do work with them on getting fishing license. Like if you want to go fishing out at a site, you do have to get permits from them as well. We also work with Department of Ag. Sometimes animals go here and there. We try to get them out of the park area. And then also working with many different areas, from not only our divisions, but also our council delegates and our chapters. As you heard before, we work with all entities, and we work with a lot of people, even outside Navajo Nation, just so that we can provide a nice travel adventure, a nice scenic view for our people that do come visit. And we do get visitors worldwide. I did meet a person out in Monument Valley during one of our events, and he so happened to be from Japan. And they just had come walking into the tent. I don't know if Tom recalls, but they just came walking into the tent, and they're like, "Hey, y'all, what's going on?" And we just invited them in. We're like, "Hey, y'all, come on over." And they're like, "Oh, we're from Japan. We didn't know, this race was happening, but if it's nice, we would like to come in and attend." So they came over. They took a walk. They were like, "We just traveled so many hours to get here. Just being outside and having the refreshing outdoor, the air was really fun for them." And that is what we're looking for. That is what we want. We want the family aspect, and we also want to keep the nature involved as well. So being one with Nikasa, just like how you would in every day, and inviting your family over or what have you. Although with this pandemic, I'm sure most of us haven't seen any of our family members. We just wave at them when we're driving by, honk at them, and keep cruising. But that is just for our protection, and there's there are many things that Navajo Parks and Recreation does, and of course, one of them is to protect the land, protect the water, the air, and our scenic beauty. And we do get over, I would say, 150,000 visitors a year, which assists in the economy because we do have vendors, we do have tour guides that we work with as well. And with that, we have the local vendor who, I would say the one that, would have jewelry on the side. And then we do have some vendor booths for these people when they come to look at jewelry, because that in itself is buying Navajo and contributing back to the economy and being able to see what we have here on the Navajo Nation. And not only do we do that, we also educate the people on different areas, different sites, and different views of the area. So when they say, "Oh, I went and saw Antelope Canyon and I felt this presence," and a lot of people say that, "Oh, I felt something when I'm there," and that in itself is the hajon, the harmony that you feel when you're in the middle of all this natural beauty. And that is what makes the destination. It's what you feel, what you see, what you can actually view for the first time. Many people come and they see this beautiful sight. And many of us are like, "Yeah, let's go here, let's go there." That in itself is what we're trying to promote Navajo. But I do know, I did say share. I'm going to have Etty run through and scroll and see who we can get. Because the more people that we can get, if you put stars, like, if you remember my name, let's do one. If you can remember my name, post it. Whoever's the first one that we see, I can give another t-shirt to. And the t-shirts that I'm giving away are the Navajo Code Talker t-shirts. Now, we do assist Tom with many of these races, and we support our veterans, because it's a huge thank you to them that we're even here. Excuse me. And with that, I would like to thank all the military, everybody that's out there still right now. We pray that you come home safely. And I thank you for y'all remembering my name. We're going to only pick one, and whoever gets it, I'll be sending you a t-shirt. But I should have said my last name. Not many people can spell my last name. Now, like I said earlier, we work in collaboration with a lot of people just to get these events done. We do have to work with the land department. We do have to work with OPVP. We do have to work with historic preservation just to get all these sites ready. We can't just go out there, and start running, which is why we have a limited number of runners that come in. We don't want everybody just to come in and, mess up the trail. What we try to do is maintain the area and work with the people so that we're able to have that connection as well. And not only that, follow the compliance, such as what the president said earlier, staying with our CDC guidelines and being in compliance that way, and following all Navajo Department of Health voices and what they have to say to protect the Navajo Nation. Now, we do see all these beautiful, vast lands and what have you. Now, that comes to what I do. I'm the media rep for Navajo Parks and Recreation. So with that, we also have a lot of people wanting to film, take pictures, what have you. And we have a lot of area to cover. I work with the park managers, and we do photo permits, film permits, special use permits. Now, going off of that, and so when you do these things, we ask that you do get a permit, follow all instructions, all the guidelines, all the rules, all the regulations, just so that we can assist everyone. We do get a lot of people wanting to do that and share. I mean, by all means, I'm asking you to share right now, just so that we can show Navajo, so that we're able to show people what we have here on the Navajo Nation, and that they will stay, visit, even stay at one of the local motels, like the view's gonna be coming up later. And not only that, we have camping areas in most of our areas. We have camping, of course, at Tayut Heritage over in Canyon de Chelly. We have camping at Monument Valley. We have camping areas near Antelope Canyon. They're all outside the canyon areas for your protection and ours. We don't want to disrupt any of our natural resources, our natural rocks, our natural sand dunes, our natural canyons. That is why we ask everyone to stay and get a permit and just follow the paths that already were created. And going back with what the First Lady had said about having physical, mental health when you're here, this in itself will actually help. And even if you go outside, I was actually thinking about going for a walk before I even came in here. But of course, probably end up doing that later. Many other places, such as Four Corners. Four Corners we also have Dinekeya, Quad Keya, that we also assist with over at the Four Corners. That is one area where you can run all four areas and actually get something for it. Now, in all different areas that we have on the nation, we have Monument Valley. We also have, again, like I said before, we have many places that you can come and see. Now, if I have one more shirt to give away. If someone can tell me, now that, again, the only first person that we see on our side, the first person that can tell me a movie that was made in any of our parks? What movie was made in any of our parks? Just name me one movie. I'm sure our older people would know the names of some of the movies that were made. Now, we have so many places, and we have so many different destinations, and here on the Navajo Nation, there are so many things that you can do. There are many things that we have to see on the nation. We at Navajo Travel and Parks ask that you do see all the areas that we have to offer. We ask that you do visit us once in a while. If you just want to say friendly hi, do so as well. And yes, again, already we did get one. Forrest Gump, of course. If you go at Monument Valley, there's one. The railroad is right behind the valley on the other side. So Forrest Gump, for those of you, we already got it. Thank you for participating. So with that, I would like, on behalf of Navajo Parks and Recreation, I would like to thank you, and I would like for you to find your path anywhere here on the Navajo Nation. And I would like, of course, to say Haja and for all our future generations. Thank you, and please listen and be a part of the Navajo Trails Conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Louise. I think we are, we're going to add we have a little special guest with our agenda here this morning. And thank you to Delphina Begay for guessing Forrest Gump. I know her personally, so shout out to her. Right now, I want to go ahead and introduce the Division of Natural Resources Division Director. We have in our presence today here, live at the museum, Dr. Rudy Shabala. So come on over, Dr. Shabala. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much. Yate Shea Rudy Arshabala yin shiedo na shada e nazlan holia dish cheatney in shlido nash agenda e dan jet net shado ni doshi tashanala a konde ashki yajan slon ein nits dusty Ado todicini in Khaniada Nanhidinil Edishida Shamahai what a setta touching etashichi Nayahado Hanatle Holia Nazlem Bako Asanatle Ado Bakohota Dinch Tsita Ada Ton Tolgo Hall Ade Ton Lido Lanatle do stent yago Clehille Aro she has link Hanatle a ton tolonantle even in that hoholia a quia think better a teen Aro setna en le tavik settle cheats in the holiedo say that's a ton holia Aro nastlate Tsai Tabak is chinolia. No that na kai bijit and tea. I think the queen of Hayeta is nothing no. No shit na Hayeta na kai spy. Is na had a des egon that now. A quite shit a whole one there. 80 sheet is days naznel. A quite na kai. Nada or Sonda has said. Out of the better way the halon that Sunday said. At a year is not a yilla. Out of seeing a thing is that they laws up a believe go. But that the laws and a scene lay ha article han a scene sleep at the antin only that's a cut na do hard a sheet ha archicotzel. And this tree yard. Now, next leader a tinge indeed. I call her large. A year's a lineage, snaw at the liagi. Her large at not cajun, her cated or not cajun with day car. Did out here that is tinge in this 3 years. One day, her large, think with the gully. Do hot and not think with a yachin. Her cated she no naja, lot the hot in the car. Are she think with the gut quite as such as leads as it quite. Hot a ladder, her leap which a hot region. Nate a story, should lean bestination. As are all studies, this 3 years he'll you can't yet in lake Koshikona nigger. A lay arges, and this 3 years 30 years engine. Are she be a honey? Think a teen never kai a ha or stay. Are it not a gala? Not Nastara, not what the heat kitchen. A sheen lay kid has it in there. Sabik exchin holiated or lehledge. Think with null targin. A call Adashi, a star yardo. Being natchin quite a bit a slow, not quite by. Ein lay think cats as on get a hustle on load that the other busy lodging. I got out the honey. I don't that she has laid out yago at a teen, sleep at a teen. Ein late the Hylinico ya, don't late after the house tonico ya. I don't late such a clago ya, sleep at a teen do on. I don't quite told her not lent the shinny get set now. It's a barn up around, those barn up and net. It's how we get a chin down lay. Such guy does it's a teen, it's in legal that is teen. What I sleep and I'll day net or the teen there. Kadea con the star, Benashnish at Bahazen. And Sissico, Jonago hot as a net the teen there. The hot is a sleep at the teen there. Kaden the hot z. Childale at the teen go at that then. Kobena sneaky eben natche, shall Bahazen honnet as teen. Cat as chinnet and lady connet at the yago. Eat that or you chehet that chada in it a teen 8 over Bahazen the dolly. The quiet teen net, but you know a corn the able Bahadozil. But that is she they so key got dolly. I got I don't that. Say the Niljan. I don't wish it Nazlan, Barat, the Betat, the Tashaja. Ein has tween there, just hall or lien there. A she not bahin lean there, lay not that trahot and the law, not son of trahot and the law. I call a she quite a quashi Nazlan Bacopets up a co quite Tata date in Holia, a quashi Tanesti Ado, the Nenal G and Linigishi Hana Yishit. Ado quite got a yan nayija, Ado lake, Iltayan Nayijol, Ishik up edal inigi, at tea edal inigishi, at the basis of the yan nayija, and the honor stag, oh, cho, the astation. Lake at the adele, those teeth at the level. No that of our tea cars, not thunder, the slide of our tea cars are there, the Navajo tea car. Say, hint in a hashing been cut a heist, a coin dodgy, been cut a hot engine negis, the other car is nasta, say hinders in dungeon. A call a quite just for right, but that quite a such a jar, quite not is in dungeon, the bendigo the rundle. I don't know, or tado article, a slish, it's the bed, Bena Jack a holia. A district or holia, a she's a holia, the rundle, a yen, a law in dungeon. I don't know, but set on your Jehovah like a son. A she your Jehovah, a lay Naslam Bacoya. ata lo to apa khote ado khagotat shi gota le nan ta has jako ko toch eta ko khoi thota na zile e shi khoi tha na lo thoyi na ado khana na lo e chayo chu en le tselga ha lo do khoi naslam pa kho no ta ta haslon holi beta e shi khoi tsagi na yilnende ado shi e na hat e ne jendo pa hotel zin kile chi ko do lak an til do khoye ko as kida de ne ba ta hanne e be hotel zin hanne de be hanni na so da pa kha da ko di kan kil has anigi Navajo Nation Parks and Recreation but has anigi e aja basala di hati de hanne ki ado sako e kilpe da hazan sagi oya ado kone nasa tabagane e ba da hazan do e kita tez I do ya dan don le sapi intiske ado tsetaz ado tloden han da alta de nes I do ado nata alki Velakana Kalisle Aden Natal Kido Nasanda Aden Natal Ashita Netat Aind Ako Hojano has Ado Ebitsahadet Adon Le Note that they slin had sad Ado a Tohan Lenny that they slin Ako Ade Note Belakana Betaha stite belakana betahadniki ajik itates igi hashtango de never kaya for kaje edi trota siginiki oi bagato hashin sonle ado ete deben hol nicht on hilno e slatin na khayeta ni khatet aro eya ikabe I konle bagato do no shete ne no sini ben hol nicht ni hedi trota sigindo togi en hitota no hedo tatati nek just latina hedo be an le ton leniki snite ado snidon le tot tunnel ado kaya en de nepedo lefti nek a Navajo Nation Parks and Recreation a AGN hana has tadon yen ye ni taden le dan le ado ni hin choido as kita tahot ko akodo yaton ikita des I do ya khaya tahot a hol ago tigin ko na has adole don hol ago ha alchene ni tsoke ni nalake are tahot abet chigi pa tahot edole aro bespeda hodozi ashin tso da is not agi hade shin ta and ni ya ta has leo konsi ta hatin kha khota hot I e hanne do aba nasiliye to le an hita nacht e kha di pe ba ta hasna hashin hat are da yai ke da des I do e da na sosta pa kha do le even yedi ate I do to da de ya hot kade nas ni tra honne hastarad ni chogon e ne ta hatsit e na ni da des baldo do khan de khada do skina hasil khada to da en chitan jani en toledo chitin aro da hos kazi e bit khunnas binnas khut ist ya hot e to khun sakhis be yat e honne huine be yat e aro ko di tsaga hot zando hashne kododen da as tin anen le bezigo bekat hot anen da kha ye bet is betrayata hot do bezil da yossen aro bezil ye da dolzen ko ade na ne shashini e na tsosto ale na kidit e bit sita le ko do hojot lo ne tar do hojo na dil tsota ko even na shindi ya ta hot e da atin Adon da ti hot ang habe has adon in hilbel has Navajo Nation Parks and Recreation adon no hostan shamati nile jona ishtra yashtra yatashkiltra Stan Shama, Toy Stan Shama, Eza, no Stan Bakago, Belashly, Hon, what Asadelzen, the odd Lashit and needs in the Asat and Hitty in the net, Asat and Hitty. Ada edevich na o kansila. It is a yard ehonetad needs east haya hot it oidatin. A could ne hot edon a shene that is not saying it on he nothing that kiddigi. Ada hunt sawdol is lots as it shot it, anigi do shut it, anigi is about Henson. A hair.
Thank you, Dr. Shabala. Our next speaker is Armanda Ortega Gordon, and she's the owner of the View Hotel in beautiful Monument Valley. Armanda?
Here Ani Islam Filagana Bushes Chin Shache the Backlash Chanela Filagana Dona. I am the owner of the View Hotel in Monument Valley. It is located inside the Monument Valley Tribal Park. We have a hotel, a restaurant, a gift shop, cabins, and campsite. I know this is mainly pertaining to trails, but I did want to say something a little about Tom. The race series, the several race series that Tom has put together with Navajo Parks and Recreation have been incredible. We have 2 races a year at the Monument Valley Park, and both of them are huge successes. We have about 130 employees during our peak season, and we always encourage them to participate in both races at Monument Valley. And I'm happy to say that about 50% of our employees do participate in one way or another. We have some that will run, some that will walk, and some that will just volunteer and get outside for the fresh air, which is always great. It's gotten so popular that sometimes we have had so many employees that have wanted to participate that we have had to beg of you to not, so that we could continue to stay open, which is very funny for us. But it has honestly helped all of them. All year long, everybody is excited and looking forward to the upcoming events. And so they are always planning on, after work, we're going to go on a hike or we're going to go on a walk. And it has kept all of our staff very healthy, which has been amazing. I did want to talk about the 2 trails that we do have. We have 2 main trails that are close to the hotel. There's the Lee Clay Trail, which is about 2.5 miles long. And then my favorite, the Wildcat Trail, which is, it leaves right near the campground. So that's about 4.5 miles total. And both are maintained by the Navajo Parks and Rec. And they are both incredible trails. Those are 2 must go on trails if you come out to visit us at Monument Valley. But I got a list of other trails from Tom, and they are looking amazing. So now I feel encouraged to go check some of those out with a guide, of course, because I don't want to get lost out there. We also have a really awesome, incredible veterans event. And it's not only the race that's amazing, but the event has turned into such a great way for our Navajo veterans to kind of get out there and, not only some of them do participate, but a lot of them just come and cheer on their families, which has been so fun to have them all at the park and to see them bring out their younger family members to participate in a great outdoor event, which is always awesome. We have talked about some ideas for some upcoming races with Tom, and we are hoping that our next one that will be happening soon, hopefully because we're going to go to Orange soon, we want to honor the frontline workers and the first responders because they have done an incredible job keeping us all safe. And I just want to say thank you very much for including me in this great event. And I just want to say thank you, Tom, again, from me and my entire staff. We appreciate everything that you do, and we are happy to have you put on more events at the Monument Valley Park. Thank you.
We're going to go to Kendall Nesis of the National Park Service out in Glen Canyon. Go ahead, Kendall.
Kendall, your mic's, turn on your mic, please.
Thank you so much. This technology stuff is beyond me. Thank you. Okay, I'm Kendall Nesis. I'm the outdoor recreation planner at Glen Canyon National Recreation Area. We are a unit of the National Park Service. A lot of people just think of us as Lake Powell, but for those of you who aren't familiar, we actually are quite broader than that. We extend all the way down to the Grand Canyon at Marble Canyon and all the way up to Canyonlands. So just wanted to share a little bit about like our philosophy and our goals here at the park, and then what we're doing currently, what projects we're working on. So the National Park Service was actually created out of the 1916 Organic Act. And this act, basically, it outlined exactly what the purpose of the National Park Service was supposed to be. And the most important piece of that act, the bit that all of us parkies harken back to and try to keep in mind when we're making decisions, is that our purpose is to conserve the scenery and natural and historic objects and the wildlife therein, and to provide for the enjoyment of the same in such manner and by such means as will leave them unimpaired for the enjoyment of future generations. And honestly, when Louise shared the mission statement for the Navajo tribal parks, it was like the same thing, just in, I thought, perhaps clearer language. So yeah, our goal is to preserve all these special places in the country and to do it in such a way that people can enjoy them today, and that hopefully our children's children can come and enjoy them in the same ways in the future. Our parks are really supposed to be, the way I view them, places for connection, opportunities for people to connect. When you go into nature, into the environment, you know, there's lots of different opportunities for connection with yourself, for solitude, for prayer, for meditation, connection with others, connection with your family, your friends, connection with the land, connection with the earth. And hopefully, you know, the more people that do get into the parks and experience these different forms of connection can start to develop a better relationship with our natural world. And hopefully when they take that back home to wherever they live, it influences their decisions and makes them think twice about, you know, the choices they make in their daily life as well. Something that President Nez said this morning, I really appreciated when he talked about depression and different, you know, physical ailments, that our parks really also provide these connections, provide an opportunity to heal these. I think when you are able to, you know, connect with yourself in a deep and meaningful way and connect with others and connect with your world, I think that can go a long way with preventing depression and even, you know, physical health. There's a program that I think is really cool and up and coming. It's called Parks RX. And this program is basically encouraging doctors and medical professionals to prescribe time in parks state parks, national parks, you name it, to patients as a way to help heal their physical problems, get them outside, get them active, get them outdoors, but also to, help heal mental illness as well. So with that, right, going back to that Organic Act, our goal is to preserve and protect these areas and also provide for people's enjoyment of them, which can sometimes be kind of conflicting. I'm sure all of you guys, Louise, who work in parks, know that sometimes it's a really difficult balancing act to try to create a space or to protect a space, invite people in so that they can enjoy it, but also make sure that it stays clean, that it stays taken care of, and that it stays healthy for future use. Trails, a big theme here in this conference, are such an amazing tool for doing that. It's a really minimally invasive way to put some sort of infrastructure into an area that allows people to come through and safely enjoy it and recreate in it while still protecting the area around it. If you have a trail, you're able to guide people and guide their experience, keep them safe and keep them away from maybe more sensitive things, but still give them the opportunity to connect and be outdoors. So at Glen Canyon right now, some of the things we've got going, in 2017, we decided that we really wanted to put a bigger focus on trails and land-based recreation in the park. Prior to that, a lot of people were just coming here for the lake and just boating. But in the last several years, we've seen a real change from that. People are wanting to get out on their feet and really get into those land-based activities more. So just this past year, we finished work on a new trail called Stud Horse Trail. It's up on Stud Horse Mesa, just a little bit into Utah. We also have almost finished up work on our new rim trail. This trail connects Glen Canyon Dam over to Horseshoe Bend. I'm sure all of you guys have heard of Horseshoe Bend. So now you could park over at the dam or visitor center and hike or run all the way over to Horseshoe Bend. And hopefully we'll get that open to biking here in the future soon as well. Stud Horse Point Trail that we just opened, also, we're hoping this year to get that open to bicycles. We're actually really excited to be partnering with IMBA and working with Joey, who spoke to you guys yesterday, on a new trail out at the Chains. Joey's just waiting for me to finish up the paperwork so that we can get him out there and he can design a trail for us. And then hopefully in future years, we can start building that. And that would be a biking trail as well, we're hoping. These are a lot of trails kind of close to the Page area in our Wahweap district, but we're really trying to look for places elsewhere in the park, perhaps up north, around Height, maybe Bullfrog Halls Crossing, to incorporate some trails as well. Those are our trail projects that we have going on right now, but we're always have our eyes open for more. So that's pretty much all I have, but looking forward to some discussion. So.
Thanks,
all right,
Kendall.
thanks, Kendall.
All right. So thank you, Kendall. Awesome. That is a great lot of information from all three of those folks. What we're going to do right now, we're going to do a little quiz in a second here, but if anybody has questions for Louise, Armanda, or Kendall, please get those ready, and you can shoot those over to Raiji on Facebook, and we're going to give you a chance to ask those three ladies any questions you may have about the parks and trails within the parks and outdoor recreation in the parks. I know some of you have been itching to talk to some of those ladies about various matters, so this is your chance here in just a couple minutes. In the meantime, as you're getting those questions ready, I want to just point out a couple things here. We do have a winner. I think I mentioned that earlier on this one. This is a Baklabato Community Trail System, and that's Anthony Cady. We had some amazing guesses, though. I want to give you some of these guesses. We had guesses of the Belly Button Trail, the Pastora Trail, the Waterfall Trail, the Three Monkey Trail, and the Trail near Cove. And all those are wrong, sadly. The correct answer is the Baklabato Community Trail System. So that was the winner. We also had some really interesting guesses of who that was. Ari Yazzie, he's a famous running dude on the res. Roy Cady, Greg King, Andrew Benally, and John Yazzie. It is Anthony Cady in that photo. But good guesses, everybody. All right. So we're going to shift gears here as we get your questions ready for the ladies. And Raiji, just give a heads up when you get get some questions there for him. And I do want to mention, too, that Joey Klein from IMBA is totally available today. He says he's tuning in today and that he is available. If anybody has any questions, we can either connect you or you can fire those questions here and we can share those with Joey. I know he had a great presentation yesterday. Everybody really enjoyed that. All right. We're going to give you a 3-part question. Now, this is a heavy-duty question. You're not going to win just a neck gaiter or a calendar. You're going to get a free entry to any Navajo YES race if you can get this 3-part question. Oh, Eddie's paying attention now. Hey. All right. So I'm going to give you a 3-part question. It's based on this little poster that's in front here of the lectern. And that poster shows you a little information about the Natsasan Trail Ultra. And that's an amazing event in October. Some of you have done that. Ray's Teriyazzi yesterday was talking about that on Facebook. So here's the question. The Natsasan Trail Ultra is a really special race in a special place. You need to name what are the 3 parts of that race. There is a lake that's involved. There is a mountain that's involved. And there is an arch/bridge that is involved. Over the years, there's actually been 2 different ones that have been used as one arch one year, another time we went to a different location. So either one of those will be fine. So name the arch or bridge, the lake, and the mountain. And the ladies here think they already know. Oh my gosh. So if you think you got the 3-part question for a free entry, send it to Raiji right now. All right. Is Louise on with us right now? Louise, are you with us there? Because there was a question that came in yesterday we wanted to share with Louise. Hopefully we'll get her back on in just a second. So anybody that's got questions for Kendall, Louise, or Amanda, or for Joey, feel free to shoot those over here. And be working on your 3-part answer to that question. That question's maybe not as hard as it seems, huh? All right. Okay, we do have a winner, Roman McCabe. Is that a winner, Raji? Yeah. All right. And the 3 parts that are Lake Powell, Rainbow Bridge or Hawkeye Arch, and Natsasan itself, Navajo Mountain. So nice job, Roman. You have got a free entry, so we'll work out some details with you on that. So Louise is back in the house here. So Louise, we had 2 questions for you, and I know they're both really, really tough, so you can answer them as best as you can. One is, and we got this from several folks yesterday, when are the tribal parks hopefully going to be opening this year? And that's something I know you touched on a little bit during your talk. And then the second one is, would there be a possibility of doing more trail development in Monument Valley? And that question came from Donnie Mose just a little bit ago. So Louise, you want to tackle those 2? Those are a couple of doozies. We should get Dr. Shabala back here to give you a backup. All right, and as Louise is answering, if anybody else wants to text some other questions, we've got a few more minutes for questions, and we'll get those to Raiji. All right, here you go, Louise.
Thank you for the questions. I'm glad somebody was paying attention to my presentation. Like I said before, right now we are unsure when the Navajo parks are going to reopen due to the fact that the pandemic is still here and that the Navajo Nation is still high across the nation. I do believe, listening to President yesterday, that we are only at a 45% tile of having Navajos have gotten the vaccine. So with that, that is not even half of our Navajo Nation population. Now, we do have vast lands, over 200,000, and we have triple that many people here on the nation. So with the Navajo Department of Health issuing all these emergency standings, we don't know when we're going to reopen the Navajo tribal parks, and because we are overseen by Resource and Development Committee, which comprised of our Navajo Nation Council. It is up to our Navajo Nation Council to reopen the tribal parks. So right now, they are looking at the health of the nation and our people. So I cannot give you a definite answer on when our tribal parks are going to reopen. I do apologize. I too want to get back out to the parks, but as you know, we are all here. We are all working together to try and get everybody open safely. And as you heard earlier, Amanda talked about the 2 trails over at Monument Valley. Those trails were actually trails that already exist. Now, these are trails that have been there for a long time, and they were created naturally. What we do as we try to protect the land is not create the trails, but already use existing trails such as cattle trails, sheep trails, what have you, because those are already created and natural, that were created by the animals through time. Those sheep herders would understand what I'm saying, that, they were already created because they go to the water or they go to a protection area where they can be safe. And that in itself, we don't make the trails. What we do is we assist in maintaining the trails. Now, many of us go out to the trails, pick up trash, what have you, just so we can maintain the trail. Now, there is some erosion in some areas, and those areas we do not want to pick at, because if you pick at it or run it down, what have you, that's not the natural flow. So what we would like to do is keep the natural flow and clean up the area and maintain the area so it then can be protected. With the help of Tom, we do have supplies to where if you already have an existing trail, we do have rakes, we do have hose and stuff that you can rent. You can rent those from me or anybody at the tribal parks. Tell me what you need, and we can get a rake, we can get a hoe. We even have those forks, I don't know what they're called. We even have equipment that will assist you in creating your trail. Thank you.
Oh yeah, Louise, great answer to a couple of tough questions. All right, Raiji, do we have any other questions coming in yet? I know we've got one for Kendall. Kendall, this came in yesterday from a person who was wondering, is there any possibilities in the future of connecting Lachii and Page via trail? Do you want to tackle that one?
And that's something that we have talked about, we being people at the park and some of the members of the Lachii chapter. We would really love to do that. It would also require a partnership with the city of Page, because the way the land jurisdiction and boundaries go, it goes like Glen Canyon National Recreation Area, Page, Lachii. But that would be really exciting. That's something we'd love to be able to work on in the future for sure.
All right, awesome. Thanks, Kendall. Is anybody else? Questions coming in yet? We've got a few minutes here for Kendall and Louise and Armanda. If anybody has any questions for them, also questions for Joey Klein, or you're welcome to send those in too if you've got anything for Joey that you would like to get his feedback on. There was one comment that I kept seeing yesterday. It's not a question for these presenters specifically right now, and that is just in terms of the the cost. I saw that from several folks who were commenting yesterday. How do you pay for these darn things? And that's something that we're going to touch on this afternoon when we're talking about resources for trails. And I believe Angela Tsini is going to focus on that quite a bit from the Katina Foundation, just in terms of how to pay for trails. Do any of you ladies want to touch on that one? Because that is a really important question, obviously. Kendall, go for it.
Have a special budget for trails, so we have to be really creative. And where we've had success is in developing partnerships and going after grant opportunities. We have partnered with Kane County. We've partnered with the Ancestral Lands Division of the Southwest Conservation Corps. We as a federal agency aren't always allowed to apply for certain grants, but if you can find a partner who is like not federal, who can partner with you and they can apply for the grant and then work with you, that's been really successful for us. Lots of grants out there for trails. Also, I also want to throw out there, there is a National Park Service division called the Rivers and Trails, it's like RTCA, Rivers and Trails.
Right. Conservation Association.
Yes. The entire purpose for them existing is not to do work in national parks, but to help communities and people outside of parks to, with recreation projects like putting in trails and things. So I highly recommend looking them up. NPS RTCA.
And thanks for mentioning that, Kendall. It's really interesting you would bring that up. Because the timing is just really interesting, because the next presenter is going to be Crownpoint, and they've been working with Attila Balati from that Rivers and Trails program from the National Park Service, possibly tying in some Crownpoint, the Crownpoint community with Chaco Canyon area, and some really neat things. So cool. There are so many resources. I think that's the point, right? There are so many resources, both financially as well as, assistance-wise. Louise mentioned too, the Navajo Nation has a huge stash of tools that are available for any chapters or communities or parks that want to borrow, a truckload of McLeods and Pulaskis and axes. They're all there. So please let us know, or let Louise know if you'd like to borrow those. That was something that we were able to get through some tribal funding about 5 years ago, and it has been really, really helpful on a lot of projects. Right, did I see your hand going up over there? Was that another? Oh, this is a question, the RV question. Let me ask that. Armanda, are you still with us there? And if Armanda's not, maybe Louise could touch on this one. Would there be any chance of an RV park in Monument Valley? Someone was asking. RV hookups in the park. You want to take that one, Louise?
Thanks, Tom. Again, thank you for the question. We do have an RV, well, it's not a huge RV park in the area, but just before you get to Monument Valley, there is one little one called Wild River RV Park. It's just a little sign. It's not really visual, but as you drive by, there's a little one like 5 miles south of the entrance of the Monument Valley Park. So there are many areas that we would like to get these, but again, we do have to go through conservation, we do have to go through historic preservation, and we do have to go through all these entities in order to create these parks. Now, most of them we would like to keep natural, just for the fact that, again, that we do try to preserve and protect the Navajo tribal parks. Not all areas have them, of course, because some of these rigs nowadays are really huge, and with the weight and the capacity of having these within the park will do a lot of damage over time. So with some of these, we do ask that they stay parked in the parking lot or do rent an area. And I know they do have some areas at the View Hotel that they do have some areas down the road that you can rent out from there.
Oh, yeah, Louise. All right, Raiji, any other questions coming in? If not, I think we're going to go ahead and shift gears. Let me ask, actually, Kendall's got another comment. Go for it, Kendall, please.
A question for Louise. I know that there's a new visitor center that's at least partially constructed in Page. And I was just wondering how far along that work is, if they're expecting that to be able to open once the COVID closures are done, or is that still going to be a work in progress?
The Antelope Visitor Center. Kendall, you're referring to the Antelope Canyon Visitor Center, right?
Yes.
Okay. So we're gonna have to do a little bit of research on that one. I think we'll get back with you on that though. So it would. Here you go. Oh, question about Antelope Canyon, the visitor center, the new. Okay, Louise is gonna come on up. Here we go. Right.
Thank you, Amanda. Actually, yes, the Antelope Canyon the new visitor center that's located on top of the area. We actually were looking forward to have the grand opening soon, but with the pandemic and everything, we postponed the grand opening for the area just until we can have everybody come and view it as a whole. And whenever this pandemic is over, I do know that Antelope Canyon is looking forward to opening that.
Oh, yeah, again, Louise, thanks for sharing that. All right, I think we're gonna actually throw out one quick question since we have been talking about Monument Valley here. Monument Valley Ultra coming up here in just a few weeks. We've got a quick trail question on Monument Valley. This is back to our normal swag, a calendar or a neck gaiter. What is the most popular trail on the Navajo Nation? Just so happens to be located in Monument Valley Navajo Tribal Park. If any of you have ran any of the races there, undoubtedly you have been on this trail. Lots of people go out there and hike that trail, jog that trail, run that trail all the time. So if anybody wants to shoot Raiji an email on that one, I think our questions are too darn easy, huh? Man, let's see if we get an answer for that one. The most popular trail on the res. You got a name there, Raiji? Not yet. All right. So if anybody's interested, and Joey's back with us. So if anybody's got questions for Joey, feel free to chime in. He is available for any questions about trails. And it looks like the man wants the floor. Joey, it's yours. Can you give us Joey? Okay, go for it.
I was just going to reiterate that any nails that we do, you know, it wouldn't be willy-nilly. We're going to have to go through, you know, cultural clearances after we flag the trail, and there's a whole process. And as far as saving money, it'd be great to do some trail building clinics with any of the chapters or any of the volunteers. So that's a way to bring down costs quite a bit. You know, obviously this would be months away after the COVID thing kind of settles down, but that's a way we really do a lot of our single track, is that hybrid trail construction type. And again, working with the resource manager or whoever it is, so that, you know, we're really sure that the trail is where it should be, and all of those kinds of things. Thank you.
All right, awesome. We lose it there, Eli? Okay, am I back on? Okay. Hey, everybody, again, sorry about that little lapse. We've got a couple of other very short presenters that are going to speak up here in just a minute. I want to introduce these two gentlemen, and then we're going to get into our next session. So yesterday during the session, one of the winners in the one of the Pop quizzes was Lewis Williams from Montezuma Creek Landing area. And Lewis is a operator of a Dana-owned business in Montezuma Creek doing outdoor adventure programs. So we emailed a bit last night, and we're excited to have Lewis come on and introduce himself this morning and tell us a little bit about his business and what they are doing on the borderlands of the nation. So welcome, Lewis. All right, Lewis, you've got the floor.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. That sounds great, Lewis. You're on.
Hello, Mr. Riggenbach. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. I appreciate you allowing me to come on this panel and talk to you about the new company that we started. So I'd like to start off with thanking Navajo YES for giving this opportunity to us, and the panel for allowing me to join them, and the presenters earlier, and a lot of great insight and information. So I thank you for allowing me to be here. I'm going to be giving you all a little bit of information about ancient waves, and I'd like to talk about our services and share with you what we're doing currently, and also I'd like to share a little bit about our goals and our what we're striving for and concerning our main purpose, with ancient waves. So yate pimpitodni nishle chipwa bashishchin to bashnaje dashiche auto nathlane dashinele Lewis Williams in the Torneshe nasha Kare Blanding Utah Shigansada. Here's a translation of what I said in Navajo. I said, I'm of the Deer Springs people, born for the Chippewa people. My third clan on my grandfather's side, maternal, is 2 people coming to the Water people. My fourth clan is on my paternal side, and that is Sisseton Wapton Oyate of the Dakota Sioux. And my name is Lewis Williams. I was raised in Keynote, Arizona, and right now I'm at home in Blanding, Utah. So that's my little introduction about myself. Just a little bit of background. I was born in Tuba City, raised in Todaneshet, Kayenta, also known as K-Town. I have a small family, 3 children, 2 boys, 1 daughter, reside in Blanding. I grew up in Kayenta, so on the reservation, we have 4 clans. So me having clans, I have family in New Mexico and Arizona. So I grew up hiking in all those regions, and thankfully I have family that are really active, and we grew up, entering into competitive races. I was a cross country runner growing up, and I loved to play basketball. So I was really active growing up, and I really thank my family for that. And my grandma, she was get up in the morning, run towards the sun. I heard that story almost every morning. So thank you, Grandma. So a little bit more background. I worked with the San Juan River, or on the San Juan River, with the company called Wild Rivers Expeditions. Been guiding since 2012. So we are based out of Bluff. They are Wild Rivers Expeditions. They changed their name. I currently don't work with them anymore because I pursued this venture and my full force into this company. So I learned a lot from Wild Rivers Expeditions. I thank them so much for providing employment opportunity, which got me into where I'm at now. Yeah, 2012, I've been on the river since from March, sometimes February, all the way to October, November, sometimes November. So I'm on the river pretty much all month during those seasons, you know, maybe about 5 times 6 days out of the week. So I know the San Juan River really well. And that's why, you know, a lot of it evolved from that job. And I really thank San Juan River for this, where I'm at now. San Juan River and Mother Nature has helped me tremendously. So a little bit of background about Ancient Waves. I created Ancient Waves in February of 2019. We're registered with the Navajo Nation, and we were, you know, everything came to a halt because of last year's travel restrictions, March of last year. So we just pretty much had a few weeks, and then all of a sudden we had to halt our everything, operations, you know, and pursuing permits concerning business site leases and a lot of permitting issues, you know, in the Navajo Nation, and it's ongoing. It's currently, you know, still closed, and you know, so we're still dealing with that. But we are Ancient Waves, you know, despite what's going on, we're still, you know, pursuing being out there. You know, there's a major presence that's needed of Native interpretation and Native guides to lead the, you know, on the river and on the trails. You know, I've seen it firsthand being out there. You know, so I forgot to mention that I was also a guiding in the Bears Ears, you know, and a lot of trails in the canyons, you know, pretty much since 2014 on a seasonal basis. So a lot of experience out there on the trails. And Ancient Waves, we are currently providing tours. We got permitted through the BLM to provide tours in the Bears Ears National Monument area, which includes the, you know, Cedar Mesa region. We have some trails along San Juan River in the BLM area, and a lot of these trails, Ancient Waves pretty much came up with these routes, and they're pretty much going to be introduced as a trail, you know, for commercial use. You know, Ancient Waves is a commercial company providing guided tours. So we're reaching out into different areas that hasn't been, you know, explored too much by hiking outfitters. So we're really excited to bring that to the region, and so this is focusing in the Bears Ears region right now. But a little more about Ancient Waves, everyone. Ancient Waves, we definitely are striving to provide guests with a unique experience when they come to this area. Many people come from all over the world and the nation. So I've seen it firsthand, and when they come out here, what do they want to hear? They want to hear a Native guide giving some Native interpretation about this land, which is filled with, you know, Native culture. So that's where we're going to be coming in, and we're excited to bring that to this region. So fortunately, we have a great group of guides right now on board. They're all knowledgeable in archaeology, geology, culture, history, birding, plant life, etc. So we're looking forward to getting out on the trails and, you know, sharing our cultures and our stories, you know, of our ancestors with our future guests. So this is pretty exciting. I hope everybody is looking forward to seeing more of a presence out there. Concerning the cultures and learning about the Mother Nature, our goal is to promote outdoor recreation, really amongst the reservations. So there's a lot of reservations in the region. So we're involving, I have several guides that are from different pueblos, and we're also a lot of Navajo guides. So we're all joining as a team, to bring this to the outdoor industry. So we also encourage the people of the tribes to be proud of our heritage and to share all of our beautiful cultures. So that's one of our main purposes and goals that I was part of the idea of creating Ancient Waves. So that is where we're at, and I know we're short on time, and I don't want to take too much time, but I want to just thank everybody, everyone that's involved with the outdoor recreation. There's many involved, the Grand Canyon, there's Monument Valley, there's neighboring communities, tribes, and I'm glad to see everyone coming together and working together to promote outdoor education. We're all in this, these tough times, but the best way to be safe is to stay home or to be out there. Home is also considered the outdoors. So we got to take care of our home, which is the outdoors. So that's where Ancient Waves is really there to do, is to take care of, our ancestors past. We want to promote, we want to protect it, we want to conserve, we want to preserve. So that's the main goal, is to, protect the land. I was out there. I was river guiding for years. So I was out there and I got to see, the late Eddie. Y'all are familiar with Eddie, river guide, ranger, Navajo ranger. Very great man, but I was very fortunate to see him on the river and one time, sorry, get emotional. But yeah, Eddie, he said to look out, he's to be his eyes, to look out for the land and to teach people. A lot of people coming from all over, so we need to teach them and share with them our culture and to look over the area and protect it. A lot of native plants, a lot of culture. So I always think about that, and I'm so excited. And that was tough, man. Sorry about that, everybody. So that's one of our main goals, through the help of family, friends, acquaintances. We are happy to be out here, and we're excited. We want to be on the river eventually. We're really working hard to get on the river to get our team out there. Right now, we're just doing backpacking and hiking and photography tours, but that's our little foot in the door. So I'm glad to be able to share with you, this our venture, and hopefully we're going to be, you'll hear about us more. We're going to be doing a lot of trips. We got some trips booked ahead. There's still a lot of people out there traveling, everybody. So they want to be safe and they want to explore. And if we want to help in promoting that, we need to supply that. And because, this is it's a tough times out there, and that's where we get to heal, is out there. So I just thank you for allowing me to share this time and being a part of this panel. And if you have any questions, reach us anytime. We got we're at our website, so www.tourancientwaves.com. We're at a Facebook page and we have an Instagram page. So thank you again for letting me share.
Oh, yeah, Lewis, that was awesome. Yesterday, one of the sessions was outdoor rec in the emerging Navajo economy, and I think Lewis is the answer. Thank you for sharing, brother. That was great. Definitely hope to hear more from you. All right, we're going to shift gears now just a bit. I want to announce real quickly, we do have a winner from the Monument Valley question, and that is a guy who is just cleaning up. This guy is on his A game these couple of days. That is Donnie Mose. So congratulations, Donnie. He's got another prize coming his way. Hey, I do want to mention too, if anybody has got questions for Joey Klein, feel free to chime in with those. And anybody that may have questions for the Chusa mountain bike route, that presentation is going to be coming up in a little while here. Feel free to send those to Raiji over on Facebook, and we'll get those ready by the time the presenters show up. So the next two folks are going to be both presenting from Navajo Technical University, NTU staff. The first one is going to give us just a real quick blurb about some bike activities, potentially developing a bike club and team out there. They've been building a huge cache of bikes out in Crownpoint. So George is going to talk about that for about 5 minutes or so. And then Daniel is going to give us a little overview of the Community Trail project that is going on out there in Crownpoint, and some amazing partnerships that are happening, and really good stuff underfoot there in Crownpoint. So George, you have got the floor, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yate.
Good morning. Yate. How everybody doing? I'd like to thank Navajo YES for this opportunity with Tom and group. Again, I'm George LaFrance. I'm the athletic director with Navajo Tech. And what we are doing is starting a club, a cycling club. We also working on starting a cycling collegiate team. So we did apply for a grant for the team. And so we're waiting to hear back on the grant. However, for the last 2-3 years, my cross-country coach and myself got a chance to meet with Tom and with the Navajo YES, and we've been using the bikes. And so also in the community over here in Crownpoint, we give out some of the bikes. We had a bike restoration over here, which went pretty well. Navajo YES came out and helped put some bikes together, and it's a free program. We give it out to everybody, those that want the bikes for free. As far as the community where I live in Bashpito, I got a chance to bring some bikes out there as well. And so again, that Navajo YES has been just great, supportive. I can't thank them enough. And we're blessed to be able to build a partnership with Navajo YES. Again, it's something that the listeners that's hearing my voice and also online, it's a great organization that want to keep individuals moving, want to keep them active. And one of the most important things is safety. As far as with the biking and cycling, you got to be safe, making sure you know your surroundings at all times. And I'm excited about the club. Mike McMillan been helping me as well. He's a student activity coordinator, and we sent out an email to the students, and we got a great response. And me and Mike got a chance to ride the bikes around, and we're gonna have our first club meeting. It's gonna be tomorrow. We're gonna have a club meeting with the students. We're gonna do it through Zoom. And just to let them know, and again, number one is going to be safety, because everybody can't wait to get on the bikes. But you got to understand, you need to know how to take care of the bikes before you ride the bikes. And so that's something I just want to make sure I mention. And my time is about up. So I'm going to let Daniel take over from here. You out there, Daniel?
Good morning, everybody. Not sure if I'm able to be tuned in right now, but thank you for that introduction, George. I want to thank everybody for allowing us to be a part of this session here today. I think our point of focus for our presentation is about how do you engage community in order to produce something that is sustainable. And, just kind of as a direct reflection of this conference where it's bringing in different entities with different backgrounds and experiences. That's what we have been embarked on for the past 2 years within the Crownpoint community. So we've been developing a trail network based on this concept of community trails. And that has been in collaboration with National Park Service, the Crownpoint chapter, Navajo Technical University, and then the University of New Mexico's Prevention Research Center. And so, as I mentioned, we've been working at it for the past 2 years, taking a community-based approach in order to define what this trail system is and what kind of functions surround it and its activities. So I really appreciate the time and being part of such an amazing conference. Just a little bit about myself. My name is Daniel Vandiver. I'm represented as from Navajo Technical University. But somehow I don't know if I drew the short end of the stick, but I was the one who's presenting today. But we have been working in collaboration with the Tillabality of National Park Service, Leonard Perry and Rita Capitan from the Crownpoint chapter. This all started with them. And then some partners from UNM's PRC program in order to help improve health outcomes within the Eastern Agency. And so thank you for allowing us to be here. Irish and Schley, Kiani Bushes Chin, Iris Dashachero, Tachini Dashanala, Zotzit Den Shad or Zislachi de Shohuan. And that's how I'm a Navajo person here today. As I had mentioned, we're basing this whole concept around the idea of and as you can see from this quote from Dr. Evangeline Parsons Yazzie, I think from the last presenter, Lewis, he had mentioned, the importance of establishing familial clan relations. But the word really has a deeper meaning and deeper context in that it fosters within a Navajo individual respect for all living things, including oneself. I think when we talk about mental health and, physical health, that all kind of points from within, but also your connection to nature, the environment, other Native American people that live on and around Navajo land. And so the whole foundation of this trail system was built on this concept of how do we connect people so they're not just walking on a trail, they're establishing a connection with the environment in which they're in, not only in present time, but in the histories in the past that came before us. If you know Crownpoint, it's really layered with histories. And so how do we promote that within people who engage with our system? And over time, we've been developing different goals around what we would like this to be as part of this 2-year process. I think it started as a way to establish a community-based trail network that formally connects Crownpoint's various community centers. Right now, our trail system is set in place. It's already built based off of sheep paths that have been developed over hundreds of years. And, what we found out is that a lot of community members do walk to go to the IHS or to NTU or the various educational schools in town. So we wanted to be able to, at the heart of it, because it started with the Crownpoint chapter's community watch and awareness group, is how do we provide safe corridors for students who might be walking from one place to the next, while also realizing and preserving the environmental concerns that surround that walking, that pedestrian activity. But at the same time, over the course of reaching out to the community, we wanted to maximize the functionality of these trails in regards to improving health outcomes, enhancing educational learning opportunities for students, and then doing things like celebrating that diverse cultural and environmental history of the region. We have a picture here of one of our trails looking south towards the mesas. And we have unique histories within town, such as this defensive site. It's a historic site in town, which was used because it was one way up, one way down to help protect the people of the area during times of raids. Below it is the ancient highway from the Chaco network, where people from Kinya historical site heading west towards the Chuskas. This was a huge highway back in the day, so we wanted to be able to tell these types of stories in order to, bring the surrounding community and letting them know, this is a special place. This is where activity has been occurring for the last several hundred years. So, since a lot of these paths have been already in use, we wanted to take a community-based approach on figuring out how do we best go about developing them. Do we need to focus on certain areas that connect the town centers, certain areas that help contribute towards runs? There's a lot of JMIs in town, and these trails are already used informally. So we wanted to develop a process that brought in all of these voices in order to understand how to best improve it. And part of this process has included hosting fun runs and things of that nature to help spread awareness of the activities that are going on. The project started with the steering committee. So as I mentioned, it started with a grant with National Park Services and the chapter in order to help define, what's the process we're going to take in order to get to a cohesive network that we could develop and put resources into. And so at first it started face-to-face. It was nice because we were able to meet at different places in person and have workshops like this one you see here with National Park Services. They conducted a training in order to download the Avenza app so we could have community-based mapping to see where people actually walk and what are their distances. It's transitioned now to be more online. So you see one of our Zoom meetings here. But I think at the core of it, we needed a strong cadre of change agents within the community who would be able to commit time in order to tackling this large project. After we had our committee in place, we conducted a mapping exercise. We first appealed to Navajo Technical University's GIS program in order to map the town of all of their pathways, streets, crosswalks, informal trails, etc. And then we took that to the community and asked, hey, can you map where you've walked in town, where you frequent often? Is it safe in those places, or their concerns? And as a result, we were able to develop this system that tracked everywhere people who we've reached out to. And we went to youth conferences. We went to the Eastern Navajo Fair, pre-COVID, of course. We went to the chapter house, the elder center, etc., asking for this type of information. And from that, we were able to really identify where people are walking and where their concerns might be. So you see the thicker the lines, the more frequented people within town walked within the area. If they're green, they said they felt safe. There was no hazards such as trash, etc. And if you saw the yellow is kind of the in-between, and then the red is stay away from that area. There was gunshots there last night. You don't want to be over there walking, etc. So that mapping project led us to hosting focus groups. We reached out to caretakers and elders and students and youth and healthcare professionals, in which we had a big old brisket party almost. We worked with a local catering company, Falling Clouds, out of over here on the Eastern Agency, and they were able to donate some brisket, smoked brisket, and we had kind of a nice roundtable meal where we discussed these trails and a lot of the data that came out of those mapping sessions. These are the trails that we see that people walk. Do you feel they're safe? From a lot of the comments we received from the first round, we did things like word maps. You could see kind of the feedback that came out of that first round is, we want to see health outcomes, community, exercise, but also things that were a little negative, like dogs are a big problem, lights, if you can see this. And we'd ask questions and collected information through activities like, love, change type of situations, had little sticky notes so individuals could vote on where they felt the highest priority should lie. And then the last layered form of data collection is we did collect a survey, which we had over 125 responses. Again, this included going out to the community centers, attending chapter meetings. We even hosted our own fun run. We called it a clan run, where anybody who registered could have a clan shirt and then run around and, learn about the cultural side of things as well. And at these surveys, one of the questions was, how do you use the Crownpoint pathways? If you don't, how would you use them? And as you can see, overwhelmingly, it's about walking, running, exercising. But a lot of things that we've been talking during this conference. There's a nice presentation the other day on health and the impact of being out in their environment. You see that a lot of the people who walk out there do it for purposes of relaxing or connecting with nature. And then a lot of the things that came out from our initial meetings of being able to connect our students within town. Another question was, what keeps you from using Crownpoint pathways? A lot of the people didn't know where to go. So from this, we realized that signage and wayfinding is a big aspect of this. There's fears of dogs, hazards, and things of that nature, but also, I have no one to walk with. So, long-term, this indicates we need to do planning around programming. How do we bring in community together so these trails are being maximized to their fullest potential? And as a result of that, we were able to come out with a cohesive network. We identified 4 trails that were heavily used within town. It's spaced between Navajo Technical University, Dene College, but it was also used by a lot of community members coming up to IHS and BASHES. The old BIA track, which was identified by a lot of the elders because of its flat surface. And there's a lot of eyes on the area, so there's a lot of safety involved with it. The infamous TP Trail, if you guys ever been to Crownpoint, heading up into the mesas. And then over here on West Mesa by the high school, West Mesa housing was another identified. So as a result of the feedback, we were able to hear things of what was needed, things of what we should pay attention to, like historic sites like Hogan's. And what we did was we held a virtual work session. By this point, COVID hit, and ideally we would have been at a large table with some markers and some maps and then really cranking it out of, this is where some signage needs to go. This could use a nice bench, or if you wanted to highlight a historic site, this was where it should go. And we developed a virtual work session in which we invited stakeholders, everyone who participated in our focus group rounds, and anybody we collected emails from. We invited them to have a work session which National Park Services talked about the importance of trailhead signage, directional signage, amenities like benches, shade structures, etc. And then we put up little boxes on each trail. So if anybody wasn't able to attend via internet, they could have a hard copy to go about, or if they had their phone, they could scan a QR code and then fill it out in a fillable PDF. And it was great because it provided us a lot of in-depth information, more so than what you could have got from just the survey or the mapping or even the focus group in a sense. We asked questions about perception, questions about what would you change, what would you highlight. We included a nice little priority activity. So if you were given $100, what would you spend that $100 on? You could see on this one, they were focusing mainly on signage and storytelling, and then continued maintenance and management of that area. But it also introduced a lot of the community members to trails they didn't know were in town. See the feedback here, I didn't even know this existed. I've been here in town for however many years, and I love the beautiful views, etc. And that allowed us to mock up, what we heard and then visualize it for the public to see. If you had seen that original network, we based the clan system, we integrated the original 4 clans into naming the system. A lot of the feedback we received was, these need to have Navajo names. How do we incorporate the culture into it? And so our 4 different trails, Kia'ani Trail, Hanagani Trail, all of them really kind of spoke to the different cultural elements and identifying them, from the blue color to the white for Kia'ani, Todachini Trail, the yellow, but then incorporating that design into it and naming it, and then also attributing the protection animal for signage and wayfindings. For instance, bear here for Kia'ani Trail, that's the protection animal for the Kia'anis, and include motivational messaging within the signage. Maybe even working with NTU's welding and automotive programs to help create unique artwork, such as the porcupine you see here for one of the original clans, the Hashtishna clan. So we wanted to include and provide those. We're currently in the phase where we're getting feedback. And then how do we maximize these trails and networks so they contribute towards education and economic development? For instance, we have the big rug auction here in town. One of the feedback is how do we take, and this came from the BIA superintendent, how do we take visitors from the rug auction and then bring them out on the trail so they could learn more about the region? NTU is big in technology, GIS. We have a master's in Dene culture, language, and leadership. What if we were to section off a segment along a trail and then use technology, specifically augmented reality, to learn about the traditional plants that were in the area? So if you bust out your phone, download the app, and then do a quick scan, say you came across a yucca, you'd be able to learn not only the English name, but the Navajo name, scientific name. Maybe you click on this little play button and you're able to learn how it's pronounced. And then provide traditional uses of what it was used for. For instance, if you were to learn about the bulb and how it was used to help wash hair, incorporating this type of technology, again, speaking back towards the educational resources, learning about the region. We also included, artwork, and how do you include pocket parks? Again, here's public art that we want to possibly pursue, getting art grants and putting up climbable sculptures, speaking to the bears of the Kia'anis, or over here, a little pocket park for individuals. So if you're walking this upper loop of the Mesa Trail, your kids could do little climbing activities or balancing stations. Again, incorporating the augmented reality, say you had that ancient hogan, how can we fill that in? So if you did a scan with your phone, you could have seen what it would look like 100,000 years ago, when that was in place. Or you talk about linking it into Chaco culture. How do you take that tourism activity from Crownpoint out into that region? And then doing little quick surfacing type of recommendations. For instance, the old BIA track, possibly putting some surfacing down, since the high school had closed down their gates. A lot of people would walk up in this region up here, but once they close down, where else do people walk? So we want to be able to provide that same type of surfacing up here with low impact solar light, so it doesn't compromise the night skies, etc., but allows for more use. And then I think the last part, some samples, is, how do you develop things that are already in place? I think a cool aspect of this is that these are already made. Here's the Mesa Trail, but below it, where you see this bike, is a perfect pump track, naturally, that doesn't have to have much remediation. How do we expand onto that into adventure tourism for our next phase? We have an abandoned basketball court here by the Office of Dene Youth. We had a meeting with them and engaging with them, and they say that it's hard to do anything like a skate park or maintain the basketball courts without putting a lock on it because of risk, liability. They don't want to be sued for, somebody falling and breaking an arm. So those types of challenges have to be tackled, but, a lot of the things are in place. We had a community member named AJ Murphy who developed a whole bike trail system already up here that includes jumps, banks, etc. It's just now leveraging that. And that's where the problem lies, and where we stand as a committee right now is how do we start engaging BIA? How do we start engaging risk management, ODY, into talking about clarifying land status, working out liabilities? Because here's Crownpoint, you see how it's checkerboard. These are the different land jurisdictions we have to address if we're going to develop any of these trails. A lot of it's on executive order land. BIA, which is executive order. Over here is tribal trust. So we're having to strategize, how do we roll that out now that we have all of the pie in the sky ideas? So that's where we're at now. We're really bringing everybody together and looking to take that next step. So I apologize if I took too much time. We're really passionate about this project. If you'd like to follow us, we do currently have a Facebook page that you could follow and stay up to date with what's happening. We want to develop a website eventually. But like I said, the beauty of all of this is that it's community driven. It's coming from the wants and needs of the communities we hear. And what that leads to is sustainable trails. What it leads to is if tourism comes into the area, it's more community protected. So we could protect our sacred sites, or we could, leverage and find creative ways to tie into different communities. If we're talking about extended tourism, how do we take this base of in-town trails and then take them up into the foothills up off of TP so they could go to Mariano Lake? And then you don't have to use a car to get to Mariano into town. You could take a horse, etc. So again, we're really appreciative of the time. We could take any questions. I'm not sure how the agenda is going now, but it's quite a bit. I'm sorry. I, like the president, like to talk a lot, so I apologize if I went over time. I think the biggest
great, Daniel.
I think the biggest part for us is how do we next collaborate, and this conference is a perfect place to have that conversation. So I appreciate the First Lady, the President, and everyone who helped organize this event, Tom and everybody else.
Oh, yeah, that was awesome. And your time was fine. That was just fine. Really, really good stuff. So Daniel, if you want to hang out on Zoom for just a little bit, we will offer people a chance to ask any questions. So we'll just kind of keep things open here. I know there's questions that have been coming in for parks. We've got some other parks answers maybe this afternoon. So stick around, folks, on that. But yeah, great stuff happening in Crownpoint. So happy that you guys could join us today and be part of that. So, all right. Well, we want to present one more trail that has been in the works now for several years. And then we're going to hear from two quick folks, Crescencia Yazzie, one of our well-known ultra runners on the Navajo Nation, and Jenny McFarland from the Arizona Birding Trail Project. And they're going to present just real briefly before lunch. But I want to share just a little bit about one of the really cool projects that the Navajo Nation Trails Task Force has been undertaking, which is the Chusa mountain bike route. And this is a really epic undertaking that has been going on now, like I say, for over 5 years in various stages. And I want to give you a little bit of an overview of what that project looks like and how that is coming together. If we could get the slide of the trail up there, that would be great. And Raiji, keep an eye on if you got questions. So if anybody's got questions on this Chusa route or anything for Daniel or anything for Joey or anybody else, keep them coming. And we do have more pop quizzes coming after lunch too. All right, we got an action-packed afternoon, so don't go too far. All right, so we got the map up there. Eli, is that right? All right, cool. So most of you are well aware of what the Chusa is all about, the Chusa Mountains, 500,000 acres of Navajo high country, some of the best high country in the Southwest. There's the three passes that go over it. Everybody knows Narbona Pass Classic, the Great Run, Buffalo Pass area, Red Valley, Lukachukai, that beautiful area down that way. Just amazing country, lakes all over the place, great fishing, great hunting, great chiz. Y'all know it. So that's the Chusa. That's the Chusa Mountains. And obviously Chusa Mountains have been there, and people have been accessing the Chusa Mountains for generations. And what the Chusa Mountain Bike Project is really aiming to do is to provide recreational opportunities for families, for local folks, local kids, as well as visitors to the nation to be able to get out and explore the Chusa in kind of a different way. And I want to give you a few photos. This is going to be rapid fire quiz time, actually. We're going to throw 4 of them at you real quick here. We're going to give you 4 images, and they're just going to be real quick. Going to show it. You got to tell Raiji right now if you know it, because then we're going to move on to the next picture. I'll give you the answer, and we'll go on to the next picture. All right. We'll start off with a photograph from Eli here. What community on the Chusa mountain bike route do you think this is located in? If you've got that, you need to send that answer to Raiji right now, because I'm about to tell you what it is. It's going to surprise some people. I will tell you this. This is a big clue right here. And I bet some of y'all are going to get it after you hear this. This is the very northern end of the Chusa Mountains. Is that photograph up there? Okay. Cool. Anybody know this? What's that? Navajo is not quite correct. That is a great guess. It does look like the Navajo Pine area, a Sayat area, but not quite. Cove, we got a winner. Who was that? Dang. All right, so that is the Cove area, believe it or not. That is actually just a bit on the north side of Cove. It's kind of an unusual vantage point of Cove. But Cove is the beginning point of the Chusa mountain bike route. And that's also the hometown of Mr. Raiji BK over there, who you're going to hear from this afternoon. Yep. All right, let's look at the next photo. This is one of the many, many, many lakes on the Chusa mountain bike route. And Kurt Refsnyder, who y'all heard from yesterday from Bikepacking Roots, does an amazing geology talk about the Chuskas. He's been helping us on some of the interpretive signage that's going up there. Anybody know this lake? This is the highest lake in the range. It's well known for its fishing. The fishing's been down just a bit here the last few years because the water levels haven't been what they normally are. Anybody know this lake? Highest lake in the range. It is on the south side of Narbona Pass, about 10 miles south of Narbona Pass. We got a winner. Whiskey Lake. All right, who got that? Randall Hosky. Nice job, Randall. All right, Whiskey Lake. All right, next photograph is going to show one of the burn areas from the most recent fire. And I tell you what, man, even the burn areas are dramatic and stunning in the Chusa area. What year was this fire? This is the most recent large fire. Burned almost 20,000 acres from the Crystal area all the way over to Nashchidi area. Anybody know what year that was? I'll give you a big clue here for all you political buffs out there. It was the year that Russell Begay and Jonathan Nez were elected. Ooh, not quite. So close. 2014, boom. Man, that guy's cleaning up. Congratulations, Donnie. Having a good day here. All right, and then the last photograph we'll look at is overlook. It's right on the Chusa Rim Route, on the Chusa mountain bike route. Beautiful view. What is the community down below that you are overlooking? That's the Carrizo's in the background in that photograph. Anybody know what that community is down below? Roof Butte is just above you in that picture as well. Ooh, a little tougher one here, huh? Let's see. Do we got number 4 up, Eli? Not quite. Red Valley. Who we got there? Rhonda has got it. All right, nice job. So as you can see, obviously, dramatic landscapes throughout the Chuskas. One of the things we want to touch on just real quickly, we're going to go through these photos real fast. We don't have time to play any games with all these. Hey, but just want you to see that the Chuskas are home to so many different types of activities and things that are happening up there, different events, different uses. Obviously, people living up there, sheep camps up there, people gathering chij up there, hunting, fishing, like we say, real popular in all those Chusa mountain lakes. But also mountain biking, also trail running. The Chusa 150, some of you all joined President Nez on back in 2016 on the journey through the Chuskas, 150 miles from Totlacan all the way down to Window Rock here. So let's just go through these photos. We'll just go, you can just kind of do rapid fire there as we go, Eli, because we are kind of on crunch time and everybody's tummies are growling. We want to get everybody to lunch here before too long. We'll just go through a few photos, starting off with number 2 there, 2A. That's Randolph Curley down at Camp Passaic during one of the great events down there. There's some, next one, if we want to flip over to 2B, we got some Chusa 150 mountain bikers enjoying some of the high country. The whole route of the Chusa mountain bike route is going to be between 8,000 and 9,500 feet elevation. So the whole thing is up in the high country, obviously. We'll go on to the next one there, 2C. Those are truly the largest cooking pots on earth. Hey, oh my goodness, you better be hungry. You'll have some friends over if you're cooking in that pot, huh? 2D, that is one of my all-time favorite photos up at a sheep camp just south of Narbona Pass. Eating healthy. We should send that to Special Diabetes for their good nutrition campaign, right? All right, moving on. You got Bernadine Gray Eyes. Bern was winner of the Tour de Raz Cup Series last year, showing off her cup. Next one is just a great photo of some bikers up around a place called Sasquatch Peak. There's a lot of history up in the Chusa as well, right? Next scene is a little some mutton action down there at a sheep camp. That's also kind of in the Whiskey Lake area. Hey, how about this one? 2H. Let's look at that photo. We'll make this a little quiz for you here. We got a couple of great Denem mountain bikers during the Choshkai Challenge. This was a few years back. Anybody identify these two guys? We got some swag coming your way if you can spot these two guys. They are both pretty well known. I believe they have both been tuning in. I know the second guy, the guy on the right, was riding yesterday, had commented a few times on our Facebook feed. The guy on the left, I'll give you a big hint here. Why not here, huh? The guy on the left is actually the owner of a new Dana-owned bike shop in Tota, Farmington, downtown Farmington. You will see Bistai Bikes, and this guy is the owner of it. Pretty awesome. Anybody identify these two guys? It's a tough one, huh? Ooh, he's got Sheldon. Yeah, that is Sheldon Sandoval on the left. And the guy on the right is Gerald's got it. Yeah, that's Randy John. Yep, Bigo. All right, cool. Nice job. See, this biking fraternity, man, these guys hang together. All right. We'll move on to the next photo. This is Narbona, an image, the likeness of Narbona up at Narbona Pass. And we're actually going to be working up there tomorrow with NDOT, doing a little bit of surveying of the area, playing in the snow and scoping out where the route's going to be going in that area as it crosses the Highway 134. But that's the image of Narbona. That was repainted actually about 5 years ago. Pretty cool painting of the man himself. And we'll have a history panel there, kind of doing a little bit of the story of that man. Next image is President. With some of his young fans. That was on Tour de Res about 3 years back. That's one of my favorite pictures, the president there and in his element, just outdoors, enjoying God's creation out there. All right, and then the last one is 2K there. All right, so you get kind of an idea of the of what the Chuska mountain bike life looks like, what's going on up in the Chuskas and what the possibilities are. So let me tell you a little bit about the Chuska mountain bike route. Then we got a couple other photos of what's coming next, just to kind of round it out and get us right up to lunchtime here. Basically, the Chuska mountain bike route is going to run from Cove all the way to, in the southern end, to Camp Asayat, Lake Asayat, and Mexican Springs Chapter House. It's about 80 miles of mountain bike route. And that route will basically be on existing Forest Service routes, and it'll be marked. You're going to see carcinite posts along the way. You're going to see ramadas. You're going to see trailheads. You're going to see some benches. You'll see some designated campsites. Right now, Raiji and his coworker Calvin have been building composting toilets. I believe we've got 6 sitting up there at our yard right now, our bike yard up in Clavato. So that's going to be pretty awesome. Those are the kind of infrastructure items that are going to be popping up in the Chuska here over the next year or two. And it's going to be something where it's going to be an opportunity for both local families, local folks to get out and really experience what's there. You can go up to Narbona and say, hey, we're going to meet Grandpa down at Whiskey Lake or whatnot, or you're going to go the other way and meet up at Berland or whatnot. You can put together all kinds of itineraries, but it's also going to be something cool for visitors who might want to come along and just spend several days out there. Like I said, we're going to have designated campsites. We've already worked with a few families who have sheep camps that will become designated campsites for the trail users. So that'll be pretty cool. There'll be good places for those folks to camp. Totally low impact, leave no trace. The good ethics that go with, trails are going to be totally implemented in Chuska mountain bike route. Let's go on to the next set of slides there, Eli. It's going to start off with 3A. I just want to show you just a few of the little elements that are going to be woven into the project as it comes along. One is the composting toilets. Now, the toilet you see in this particular photo is up in Narbona Pass, and we kind of put a little TLC into some of those units up in the mountains currently. But the composting toilets are going to be, like I say, installed various sites, trailheads and campsites throughout the route this summer. The next photo there shows you Toadlina Trading Post. Oh, let me come over here with Mr. Eli, and we're going to make sure that we're all on the same page here. All right, so you got Toadlina Trading Post there. Toadlina Trading Post is just an awesome historic trading post just off of the Chuska mountain bike route. And that community of Two Gray Hills, Toadlina, has just got so many exciting things happening. it's just off the charts. They're working on developing a skate park and a community garden and just some really, really cool things. That school there has just got so many things happening with Dee Batsili and Cecilia Begay and some awesome folks down there. Anyway, this is going to tie in. Maybe we're going to get Joey back. Maybe we'll get Ancestral Lands to help us. Let's put in some trail. We'll punch in 6 miles of single track from the trading post up to the Chusa mountain bike route, huh? Wouldn't that be a nice connector? And this trading post, of course, for those of you who have checked that out, is just epic and historic. It's just an awesome location there in Totalina, New Mexico. All right, let's take a look at another spot there. This is going to be one of our campsites. This is at a sheep camp just down near the Whiskey Lake area, excuse me. This was a project that went up last fall. This one and one near Narbona Pass were the first 2 ramadas that were put in place. And there's going to be a total of 8 ramadas along the Chusa mountain bike route by the time it's completed. Just nice little spots for, breaks, rest areas, as well as for camping. Again, these will be at the designated campsites so that folks will be, staying at both appropriate as well as a safe location along the way. All right, Eli. There you go. Just some simple signage. This photograph's actually taken up in Baklabato, which Joey spoke about yesterday quite a bit. You've got some signage there, as well as some carcinite posts. Carcinite posts are just the fiberglass posts. You see them out there all the time. NTUA putting up water line posts and so forth like that. So those are going to be all the way throughout the range, just to kind of give people a heads up that, yes, they are on the right path. Signage is super important. Interpretive signage, trail maps. The guy Anthony Cady, who you saw in the calendar quiz earlier this morning, he's been working with. He's an amazing graphic designer from Tisnaspas, doing some incredible mapping and interpretive work that's going to be popping up in the Chuskas this summer. This is another little example of just some basic grassroots signage. This is up also on the Baklabato system on the Troy Tom Trail, just outside Baklabato Church, between the church there and the trading post. So stuff like that, will be kind of popping up throughout the Chuska as well. Next one we got there is just one of my favorite all-time photos. That kind of represents it all, right? That's just got all the good stuff going there. You got sheep, you got dogs, you got kids, you got bikes, you got the Hogan going. It's just a beautiful location. This is a sheep camp just south of Narbona Pass, about 2 miles. Just an awesome location and a really, really pretty spot. That'll be one of the designated campsites on the route. So if we go back to that map, Eli, and just take one last peek at that map, you can kind of see that map now. You can see how that all fits together. Basically, everything running from Cove all the way south down to the Mexican Springs or Asayat areas. And again, just all kinds of possibilities, both for local families and some economic benefits, some good adventures for visitors and whatnot, just kind of all brought together. There's 12 chapters involved in this project that have been in support of this, have passed resolutions in support of this. So, it's got the grassroots support. It's just really, really exciting. It is a group that meets periodically, once or twice each month right now. The Chuska planning team has been meeting. So if you're interested in that, just shoot us an email or text Raiji and he'll get us all connected there. He's on Facebook right there, so he's keeping tabs on everything that's coming through. Raiji, do we have any specific questions at this point? Any Chuska questions that people want answered? And again, after lunch, if you've got other questions for Chuska, if you've got other questions for Joey or any of the other presenters that you've heard, those will be great, and we'll be carving out some time to address anything that does come up. The other thing I want to mention for this afternoon, the resources for developing your trails session is going to include a special visit by Martin Begay from Navajo Parks, who is going to address some tough questions that were tossed at him this morning, or tossed at Louise this morning, regarding the reopenings. So Martin will fill us in a little bit about some of those thoughts and kind of where things are. We're all kind of hoping for that real soon, and hopefully this pandemic bug will go away once and for all, and we'll be able to move on. All right. Hey, that's just kind of a whirlwind tour of the Chuska. Just wanted to give you guys a quick look at what the Chuska mountain bike route is all about. I know some of you have been hearing about it and seeing it. here and there around Facebook and whatnot. And this is kind of a look at what it's all about and how it's coming together, and hopefully some really exciting things to come with Chusa, in the very, very near future. So, all right, that's going to wrap up the Chusa. We got 2 5-minute presentations. One's going to be a video from Crescencia. Crescencia is one of my heroes. This lady from Little Water, granddaughter of the code talker John Kinsel, incidentally, is just an amazing runner, has got such heart and dedication. So we'll let her tell her story here. She's got about a 5-minute video, and then we're going to hear a couple words about birds, and then we'll have lunch. So Eli, you're on, sir.
Yat she Crescencia yazin she not otene kachini nishle nash ejrene bashes chin ketle chini dash chedo kiani dash nala aro look at you there ya you see nasha ekut asanchle hi, my name is Crescencia Yazdi, but most of my peers and people that I know of, colleagues, they know me as Christy in short. I'm originally from La Cachica, but I make my homestead here in Little Water, New Mexico. I've lived here for the past 17 years with my family. I have 4 kids, 2 boys, 2 girls, and I do work full-time, and if I'm not working, I'm at home. If I'm not at home, I'm running. I've been doing a lot of trail running for the past couple years. I enjoy it. I've done, every distance except for 100 miles, which is on my bucket list. So that's just a little bit about me in a nutshell, and I hope one day that I'm able to share some miles and trails with some of you, and I look forward to that day. Other than that, stay safe, be safe, mask up, and continue to be vigilant during this pandemic. How going it?
All right. Thanks, Crescencia. Awesome. All right. So our next and final presenter before lunch today is going to be Jenny McFarland. And Jenny is with a really unique and interesting project called the Arizona Birding Trail. And we're going to let her fill us in. She's just got about 5 minutes today, but she's also going to be joining us at our upcoming Navajo Trails Task Force meeting to give us a little bit more of the story of what this is all about. So Jenny, welcome aboard.
Hear me okay?
Sounds great, yes.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much. Thank you, Navajo YES and Tom, for allowing me these few minutes to share this project we're working on. I am employed by the Tucson Audubon Society, which is a nonprofit in Southeast Arizona dedicated to conservation through encouraging a love of birds and bird watching. And I'm involved with many partners in this larger statewide project called the Arizona Birding Trail. And it's not a trail in the traditional sense that you've all been talking about, where it's not like a trail you walk on. This is more of a statewide tourism website that highlights the best spots in the entire state of Arizona for people to go bird watching. So this is going to be a tourism-based project, and as well as sort of encouraging area birders that are maybe new to bird watching. So the main target audience is new bird watchers, or maybe bird watchers from different parts of the state. Arizona is such a big state. As well as people coming from out of state that need to know where to go bird watching. Arizona is a top destination for bird watchers in the United States. We are one of the most popular spots to visit to go bird watching. And wildlife viewing and bird watching brings an estimated $1.4 billion in economic impact into the state of Arizona every year. And there's been a lot of effort recently to try to highlight the value of this. And we are right now in the early stages of this project. So we're not trying to encourage tourism right now during the COVID pandemic. This is a lot of work happening right now to encourage in the future for people to come to Arizona and tell them where to go bird watching. So we have many, many partners and agencies involved in this in choosing the best locations to send people. I mean, there's a lot of places in Arizona that have very unique species that can only be found in these parts of Arizona for the entire country. So it really is a big economic driver of tourism coming in to Arizona. And we've been reaching out to all sorts of new partners trying to get input from places like the Navajo Nation on the best places, not only to go see birds, but also the best locations to promote as a place to go bird watching, a place where visitors are wanted and encouraged to come. So we'd really like to invite the Navajo Nation to tell us where the best locations are and where you want to encourage, economic drivers of tourism coming in. And it's going to be a really good project. If you want to see sort of a landing page of the project right now, if you go onto our website, arizonabirdingtrail.com, you can see kind of a draft version of what we're doing, but there's a lot of behind the scenes building happening right now as we identify sites all over the state, and we're clustering those locations into trails so that when a visitor comes to an area, they can go to the website and see easily where they should go look for birds. And this can help bring a lot of economic impact into various parts of the state. So I am going to be talking about this in more detail on the March 3rd Navajo Trails Task Force meeting. But I just wanted to give you folks a little bit of insight into what's coming and the fact that this is going to be a long-lasting tourism project that we'd really like to loop you into.
Awesome. Thanks so much for sharing that, Jenny. And like Jenny mentioned, she will be sharing more at the upcoming Navajo Trails Task Force meetings. So if any of you are interested in the task force, obviously, please do let us know. You can hit us up at ChooseCommand at Yahoo or also Facebook or IG over there, and we'll give you the details on that. It's going to be on March 3rd, by the way. So if you want to hear more about the Arizona Birding Project, pretty interesting stuff. So thanks again for sharing, Jenny. Really appreciate that. Thank you. All right. So it looks like we have arrived at lunch. Wow. And it is 11:59. So I think we're going to take a little break, let everybody catch their breath, take care of some business back at your office or your home, wherever you happen to be today. And we'll regroup here at right about 1 o'clock. Let's start at 1 o'clock sharp with Raymond Holtzoy, one of our great runners from the Gallup community. Raymond is just a amazing dude. And then we've got the resources for developing your trails session coming up right after that. Then we'll have a few words from Vice President Myron Leiser and the Second Lady, Dottie Leiser. And to close out the day, we're going to be looking at some awesome success stories featuring some folks like Claudia Jackson and many others. So it'll be a really fun afternoon, a really action-packed session coming up starting at 1 o'clock today. All right. So we are ready for lunch, and we'll see you all in about 60 minutes. On that. Noon. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you all had a great lunch. So it is time to begin our final session of the 6th annual Trails and Outdoor Rec Conference. And we got an action-packed afternoon for you, too. First, we're going to start off with a little quiz. So pop quiz time if you are ready. We're going to zoom in here on this poster of the La Colorado River Gorge. It's one of the 6 Navajo tribal parks down near Cameron, Arizona. Beautiful place. It's also the home of the LCR Winter Half. It's a trail run. Took place just a couple weeks ago virtually this year. Had almost 200 folks joining us for that run. But yeah, this is the LCR Canyon. Amazing place. Really, really beautiful country down there. And home of some really sweet trails. All right, here's your question. All right, this maybe is a tough one. We've had some softballs this morning. Hey, this one might make you think a little bit. So there is a trail. There's a couple trails down here. There's a Hopi Salt Trail and also the horse route. And both of these trails lead to a super special place. It's one of the magic spots in all of Canyon Country. What is this magical, mystical place that is down this canyon from the LCR Tribal Park? So if you can identify that, again, Salt Trail and the horse route lead down to the bottom of the canyon. Follow that down to where? That's your question. Facebook rides you with the answer, and we'll have some swag coming your way soon. All right, awesome. All right, we are going to start off with a video from one of our awesome Denell runners, a gentleman named Raymond Holtsoy. Raymond is a longtime teacher and a resident of Gallup, New Mexico, and is a very dedicated True Blue Cubs fan. Hey, all right. So appreciate Raymond, and he has got a great video for us here, about 6 minutes of video from Mr. Holtsoy about trails and outdoor rec and fitness and good health on the Navajo Nation. All right, Eli.
Yat, hey, this is Raymond Holtsoy from Navajo, New Mexico. Hope all is well with you. Ashen the Shle, Torich Bushes Chain, Kloga E Dashiche, also E Dashanala. For you unfortunate souls that don't know Navajo, I am Salt Clan, born for Bitterwater Clan. My maternal grandfather's clans is Rug Weavers or Hairy Ones, and my paternal grandfather's clan is Meadow People. I have been honored and privileged to say a few words about my personal health journey in the world famous Navajo parks, in particular the remarkable walking and running trails on our Dene Reservation. As a retired teacher and coach of 30 plus years at Wingate High School, I have always tried to instill in my students and coworkers the importance of maintaining a healthy lifestyle. Students will always question you if you don't follow along with what you're trying to teach or coach them. Your own way of dealing with your health will have a tremendous effect on what they will imitate in their own lives, whether it's positive or negative. Sometimes you may be their only role model, and they will most certainly imitate what they see in you as their coach or teacher. Even to this day, I have former students that will talk about their own challenges of taking care of their own families and continuing to stay healthy. It is a welcome sight to see these former students on the trails with their families. Being a positive role model also is front and center within my own extended families. My little Nollies and Chays will be watching, so I definitely need to be taking care of myself for their sake. I've personally seen in my own families what diabetes, high blood pressure, and obesity, to name a few, can be detrimental to a person. I have been fortunate enough to be able to run, walk with my mom and my sons, my Nolly girl and my Nolly boy, and that's 4 generations right there. We've completed some walks and runs all at the same time. On our Navajo reservation, we have numerous excellent trails that are regularly maintained by different groups and communities, including the Navajo YES group. These trails can accommodate beginning runners and will challenge seasoned runners as well. The trails are each unique in their own way and will more than likely make you want to return for more memorable experiences. A few of the trails that I've personally ran on are the Little Colorado River Gorge Trail, Camp Asayet, Monument Valley, Canyon de Chelly, and Navajo Nation Museum Trail. I've also competed in Shiprock when they've had their paved road run, and as I understand, it's going to be a dirt trail now in the future. And most of the runs that I've competed in or participated in, you have a lot of runners that will stop and take advantage of the plentiful photo ops that are along each trail. The trail runs also give you many opportunities to take your selfies and pictures with other participants. And you can always meet more people on these runs, whether they are runners or not. I've actually met some very elite runners at these Navajo YES events. And if you're lucky, you may meet a hero or two, namely some of our Navajo code talkers, of which there are only a few left of the original 29. They are always gracious in talking to you and providing pics and autographs. Overall, Navajo Nation trails speak for themselves. All you need to do is get out there and enjoy them. You all take care, and don't forget to say yate when you're zipping past me on the trail.
Oh, yeah, Raymond. Awesome. We good to go? All right. Thanks, Raymond, for that video. All right, we're going to shift into our next session, which is resources for developing your trails. Just a quick reminder, we had 2 winners there, by the way, on the last pop quiz, and that was Mr. Terry Yazzie, go Cubs, and also Karen Yazzie. So Karen, congratulations, you have won. They both correctly answered that as this river and the 2 trails lead to the confluence of the LCR and Colorado rivers. So good job, guys. All right. So we are moving on, like I say, to the next session. We're going to start off. We have 5 presenters that are going to be in this session. The first one is Larry Joe of Navajo DOT. Second one is going to be Clara Kelly, who's a cultural resource consultant. Third one will be Angela Tsini with the Katina Foundation, and then Shandine Nez with the Ancestral Lands program. We're also going to hear from Martin Begay from Navajo Parks and Rec. So all of these presenters are geared toward this one mission, helping you develop trails in your community. They're all going to be practical nuts and bolts type of presentations that are going to be real useful information that you'll be able to take back to your communities. That's the idea here with these sessions. Larry is an amazing guy with amazing amount of knowledge and great resources as well. So tune in well here, and Larry Joe will get us started, and then we'll be moving on to the others. We are going to have plenty of time for questions in kind of a panel format toward the end. So be sending Raiji your questions if you've got anything that you want to ask any of these particular folks. Larry's obviously focused on the NDOT side of things with transportation and with funding. Clara is a cultural resource. Angela's got funding knowledge. Shondine is a trail builder. So as you're listening to those presentations, be thinking of what questions you want to ask them specifically. And we'll have time for that in the panel at the end. Okay, so we are ready for Mr. Larry Joe from NDOT.
Go ahead, Mr. Joe.
Hello. Hello.
All right, Larry, you are on. Go for it, sir.
I don't know. Let's see, what kind of information do the audience have right now?
So mainly they have got all kinds of background on various topics that we've been presenting the last couple of days. So if you just want to fill them in on some of the NDOT funding sources, excise fuel tax and T-tip and things like that, that'd be great.
All right. Okay. My name is Larry Joe. I work for Navajo Nation Division of Transportation. I'm a senior planner for Northern Agency and Eastern Agency. And I help a lot of chapters and communities and programs in road planning and any other transportation related, even the trails and even transit. So one of the first things we do is meet with the community or program or chapter, however the needs or request would be. And in this case, we're talking about trails development, planning. And planning trail and roads are about the same as far as identifying the trail from the beginning point to the ending point. And also getting the, if you have a short and long range plans, what is the trail's short range plan, and what is the long term plans are? And in that case, when I say long term, what do you want to see happening to the trail? And right now, existing trail that we're talking about, the Chusa Mountain, it's just a mountain trail, or it doesn't really hardly use, but it does have a BIA road number. From the Cove to Sheet Spring, the road number is 30, as a road number 30. So that's a BIA road, assumed right away. There's no official right away, but if you really want to pursue to improving that roadway for bike trails and other related activities, recreational activities, then you're talking about informing. First thing you want to do is I think I sent out BIA guidelines this morning, and what the BIA say is if you want to improve a particular road, let's say that Route 30 on the top of the Chusa Mountain, we want to improve for bike trails. So first thing you want to do is inform the BIA and tell them what you want to do on this road. You want to use it for recreational trails and then you're gonna have to probably reply that you probably need some kind of clearances, environmental assessment, and biological assessment, and archaeological clearances to those are the main FEMA. They call FEMA. We call it those are the basic requirements for improving the road use, whatever use you're going to have. So so those are the same first thing you would do if you're going to use that road, a BIA road for bike trails, and you had write a letter to BIA and say that you want to use it for maybe just one-time event, or is this going to be a regular basis open to the public? Then you probably state that, and then you could probably get a response back, say if they're permitted, or if they give you some other condition that you need to meet, then you would try to meet those other conditions they would state in the letter. So there will be a start from there, and then after you get all that BIA clearances and everything, then you would start developing whatever you want to do. If you want to set up a certain station or picnic grounds and along the roadway, and then you would make those plans as you go along with developing the trail. Otherwise, if you don't do anything, you just go out there and start promoting. You want to do a trail and you want to do a bike run, you want to do some activities. The BIA will come along and say, "What? They're going to stop whatever you're doing." Say, "Did you ever get a permission from us to allow you to get on do those kind of activities?" So they'll catch up with somebody, whoever is doing something on that particular route. Even us, Navajo Nation, and if we're trying to do something on the BIA road and start putting some kind of asphalt on the road, they'll pretty soon the EPA or BIA will come along and say, "Hey, they'll stop the project. You didn't notify us, or you're not meeting these conditions." They'll stop the project, or they'll stop you from going on forward. So this is one of the basic things you would do. So once you get the clearance and okay from the BIA and everything, then you will go to the next step. That is, how do we apply for funding for, let's say, Navajo Nation Fund? There's Navajo Nation funds that we use for road or trail or other kinds of facilities. When I say facilities, I mean the trail, road, a transit, a bridge. Those are facilities, transportation facilities. So so we'll use about two types of funding. One funding is what Tom mentioned, is FET. That's a Navajo Nation fuel excise tax. That's if you go to a gas station and put in $20, and they will add 18 cents to your gasoline, and that money, a little bit of money, goes into another pot. So end of the month or end of the year, the gas station will pay so much to the Navajo Nation, 18% per gallon. So that's collected to the Navajo Nation. And Navajo Nation, and after there's some money that are capped, and those are the money that are set aside for particular funds, particular program. That one, for example, is they pay 2% or something like that of the money to veterans. or maybe to other things. So when it comes down to after the payout on the cap,
You want to turn me on, Eli? All right. Yeah, Larry. Sorry about that, folks. We got Larry Joe from NDOT. Larry's going to try to stick around if anybody has questions as well in a few minutes. We're going to hand it over to Clara Kelly right now, Cultural Resource Consultant. I know there were a lot of folks yesterday that had questions for Clara and questions about cultural resources and archaeological surveys and so forth. So we're glad to have Clara here to fill us in on that. And she's going to give her talk, and then she will be hanging out as well to field questions during the panel portion of the session. All right, so Clara, it is all yours.
Good afternoon. Say Clara Kelly in this year. Nothing Josie do Charleston Holiday sa Bilagana in Islam. Although I'm a cultural resources consultant, I've lived and worked in Navajo land since 1977. And I'm here to say a few words about steps that a chapter needs to take before starting to build a trail. There are basically two alternatives I'm going to talk about. The first one is basically a standard procedure developed by the Navajo Nation Land Department. And in this alternative, the chapter gets a land withdrawal from the Navajo Nation Land Department. So in order to apply, there are two batches of documents that the chapter will submit. The first group includes a cover letter describing the purpose of the land withdrawal, a recreational trail, and then a chapter supporting resolution, a map showing the trail, and then some kind of documentation about surface users. This can be a signed letter from the chapter's grazing committee representative, or and that would list the surface users in the area covered by the trail. I was also told that it helps to have letters of endorsement from surface users. Okay, so those four things get submitted to the Land Development Office right off the bat. And then at that point, the Land Development Office will issue the chapter a temporary land withdrawal. And then the chapter has, as far as I understand it, still 5 years to submit the second batch of documentation. These include a cultural resource compliance form from Navajo Nation Heritage and Historic Preservation Department. This is what people call an archaeological clearance, even though it involves more than just archaeology. There are consultations with elders about sacred places and so forth that are part of the documentation that goes into that report. Then another clearance document would be a biological clearance from the Navajo Nation Fish and Wildlife Department. And then environmental compliance form from Navajo Nation EPA. These are not there are many cases where these would not be necessary. But basically, in order, the process for getting these clearances is each one is fairly complicated, and so it's best that the chapter check in with each of these programs to find out exactly what they need to do. In the case of the cultural resources compliance form from historic preservation, you basically have to hire a cultural resources consultant who has a permit from the Navajo Nation Historic Preservation Department. And they will do walk on foot to inspect the area, and then they have to fill out a fairly complicated form, and then it goes through a long bureaucratic review process through both Navajo Nation and BIA. The biological clearance, I don't have much direct experience with those since I'm on the cultural side, but I believe that in many cases, well, when you start by submitting a detailed description of the trail, where the trailheads will be, other improvements and so forth, and then a map. And then they will consult their records to see how that fits in with where zones, the sensitive zones that they've identified for threatened and endangered plant and animal species. And then they may or may not, depending on whether this is going to, the trail might affect threatened and endangered species or other sensitive species. They may advise the chapter to contract with a professional biologist to complete a more detailed investigation. And then as I understand it, the NEPA form is basically if the trail would or might affect water sources. Otherwise, you probably won't need, but it's necessary to check in with all three of those programs just to be sure you understand what you need to do. Okay, this process, as you can already imagine, can take a while. And so there seems to be another alternative, and that is that if the chapter can plan the trail to go on land that's already been withdrawn or by the chapter itself, perhaps, or has been withdrawn for an existing right-of-way or easement, like a utilities corridor or a school bus route or a road, from NDOT or the county bus routes. And so if you go that route, what simplifies, or what can simplify this, is that these corridors are likely to have already had the environmental clearances in place. Some of them don't, because they've been there so long and the laws weren't in place when they were first, when the utilities were first put in, or the road. But what the first thing to do, if you want to try that route, is to consult the entity that controls the corridor, like NDOT or NTUA or whatever, and find out whether that corridor does have the necessary clearances. And if it doesn't, then you'll have to work out with that entity about getting them. And then basically the chapter would probably be told, well, you get it done. But that's something for you to work out with the entity that holds the the right-of-way or easement. And then, well, you need to get permission from the entity to use the parcel and then discuss about the question of clearances. And so, but most likely, those kinds of areas will already have the clearances, and so it's basically between the chapter and the utility or whoever has the rights to the corridor. So that's it in a kind of big nutshell. And the next step then is to actually build the trail. And for help to design and build the trail, I think that the other presenters in this panel will have something to say about that. But you can also ask for a list of resources and consultants that can help you with your project. You can ask Navajo YES for such a list. So I'll be hanging out here during the other panelists' presentation, and then I'll be glad to answer questions. Go on.
Oh, yeah, Clara, thank you. That was a lot of great information. And like Clara said, she will be around if other folks have questions after the next two presenters, then we'll have a lot of time for some panel discussion and questions for Clara and the others. So, oh, yeah. Clara is also available to come visit your community as well. So if you want just a consultation or an actual, cultural resource inventory, she's definitely available to do that. So keep in touch if you are up for something like that on your trail. All right, I want to mention a couple other things that were brought to our attention from a couple of our listeners. Well, one was Kendall Nisis, who has been sharing with us this morning. I'll mention a couple other places to look for funding. Funding is a big issue, and that's going to be coming up here in the next presentation as well. Kendall mentioned the outdoor recreation grant from the state of Utah, and also grants from the Arizona State Parks and Trails. So those two sources of funding are really good sources for those in Utah and Arizona. That's the Utah Outdoor Rec Grant, and the Arizona State Parks and Trails grants. Carrie House from the New Mexico Council of Governments also mentioned the New Mexico Department of Transportation has funding under their Recreational Trails Program. So for those of you on the New Mexico side, you may want to check that out. And also NewMexicoOutside.com or NMOutside.com is another source for possible funding for some of the trails in your area. All right. Next, we're going to give it over to Angela Tsini. Angela is going to be Zooming with us this afternoon. Angela is with the Katina Foundation, which is an amazing group of folks that supports some really, really important work all around the Navajo Nation. And we're glad to have Angela with us this afternoon. So, Angela, the floor is yours.
Good morning, or good afternoon. It's still morning for me, I guess. Can you all hear me okay? Angie Tsini and Shia, Twitchini and Shlin, Dobiligana, Bashichin, Katna Sahni Dashiche, Twinnes, Twinnes, de Nasha. I am the Native Programs Fellow here at Katina Foundation. And we're a small foundation based out of Western Colorado. And we've been doing grant making since 2017. Hold on just a second. Here we go. And we've been grant making since 2017. As part of our work, we value working with tribal communities And we like to support tribally driven trails development projects and cycling programs. Our mission is to restore human and ecological systems through 3 core program objectives. We do it through watershed health, clean energy, and today I'll be talking with you about our trails development and cycling objective. Our geography is focused on serving the 29 tribes along the Colorado River Basin and tribes within the Four Corners area, including Navajo Nation. We currently do not work with all 29 tribes, however, but hope to expand to work with them as we continue to build relationships with tribes along the basin. This map is pretty blurry, but you can see that the Colorado River Basin spans across several states, starting all the way from Wyoming all the way down to southern Arizona. It includes a little bit of California, Nevada, and small portions of New Mexico as well. Today, however, I'll just be speaking primarily about Navajo Nation. In the past, we've funded a variety of projects that support trails development and cycling. I'll highlight a few examples here, but we're also open to exploring. We're also open to exploring innovative ideas not discussed in this particular presentation. Some of the things we support is planning and design for trails and parks. For example, IMBA's trail planning work, along with other organizations' work, can help to determine which routes might be most sustainable. We hope to partner with potential grantees to support the development of trails that are of high quality and will last for future generations. We also work to support maintenance and rehabilitation of trails. So not all trails remain in usable condition, especially if use is low, and many trails require ongoing maintenance to keep them safe. So that includes things like putting up trail signs or armadas and things of that nature to help support a healthy trail system. We also encourage the rehabilitation of ancestral routes. Ancestral routes are important since connections to land are part of Native identity. We'd like to learn more about how to support ancestral routes through activities such as storytelling, cultural education, and other projects like that, so that ancient trails can be rejuvenated for use by the community and for others that communities want to share it with. We also work to support tribal-led advocacy for the establishment of trails on tribal lands where it is appropriate. So working with communities sometimes need the support of advocates who will do various outreach to different partners. So we're able to support advocates who can dedicate time and effort toward development of trails and programs that serve the Navajo people. We also support youth and family cycling education programs. Exercise, as we all know, is an important aspect of maintaining the health of communities. Katina is interested in partnering with communities who might be interested in establishing educational and extracurricular programs to encourage active lifestyles. We also support the development of multi-use trails, including running and outdoor recreation. While Katina has an emphasis on cycling, we do consider how to support non-motorized multi-use trails to support more traditional activities such as running, hiking, and walking. Finally, another thing that we support is the professionalization of cycling among youth. The National Interscholastic Cycling Association, otherwise known as NICA, encourages the development of racing teams for youth. The Navajo Hopi NICA comp team is the first all-native racing team in the region. And other organizations play a part in teaching youth to teach youth to be mechanics for career options, or by training community members to start their own nonprofits to support cycling. These types of programs promote professionalization in cycling, and we're open to considering the development of projects that support this. We've seen amongst past groups we have supported to expand, encourage wide-reaching, complementary span across the net. We see importance in supporting a regional network of opportunities for families and youth to nationwide network for community trails and cycling. For example, there may be value in asking things like, how can a cycling education program in one community complement trail use in another community? Or how can the provision of free or expensive bikes connect to bike mechanic education in local high schools? Or even how can outdoor recreation events relate to economic development? So we're interested in supporting projects that are interrelated with other projects within the region that can help to create a larger network for people to engage in cycling and trail use and running and hiking as well. These are just a few examples, of course, and we're open to understanding how these relationships might encourage more comprehensive efforts across the nation. In the end, what we would like is to learn more about how Navajo Nation, the chapters, and Native-led organizations view outdoor recreation, recreation economies, and health promotion that can be enhanced by trails development. As far as our process is concerned, we have a very collaborative approach to our grant making, where we spend time working with potential grantees to craft a proposal that meets the needs of the community served. We are a resource, and we want to help tribally driven projects, but we do have to ensure that there's alignment with our work as well. So our process looks a little bit like this. First of all, our grant making occurs on a rolling basis, so there's no deadline for submissions. We work collaboratively to meet people in communities who are doing good work so that we can identify potential projects together. The first step is to have an introductory conversation to make sure requirements are in place and that there's alignment between our work and your idea. Afterward, we work directly with you, the potential grantee, to develop a strong concept, a detailed budget, and relevant performance measures to demonstrate future success. Once the concept, budget, and performance measures are in place, our program officers will compose and defend a grant recommendation. Once the grant recommendation is complete, then our entire internal team reviews it and then moves it forward toward a final decision. Our timeline for this process is flexible. It just depends on how long it takes to collaborate to craft a strong proposal. But generally speaking, it takes about 2 months before our internal review takes place and a final decision is made. Matching funds are not required, but they're helpful in influencing decision-making. Matching funds can take the form of other monies, but volunteer hours and in-kind donations also count towards matching funds as well. Overall, though, we're interested in learning more about your ideas and how we might best be able to find common ground in supporting the needs of the tribal communities. Finally, we work with a variety of partners at different levels, whether it be project partners or funders. We do this to maintain connections, to promote a collective vision towards trail development, recreation economies, and health. In this sense, we can make those connections to encourage resource sharing as appropriate. Essentially, we can act as the glue to support partnerships. I just have a really short presentation, but if you're interested in learning more about the Katina Foundation and what we do, I would encourage you to reach out to either Mike White, the Restoration and Trails Program Officer, or myself. And here's our contact information. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask, and we would be happy to help however we can. Yeah.
All right. Oh, yeah, Angela, that was awesome. A lot of great information there. Angela is also going to be sticking around for a few minutes, folks. So if anybody has got questions for her or any of our other presenters in this session, Larry, Joe, or Clara, or Sean Dean, who's coming up, feel free to fire away during that panel time, which will be in just a little bit. I want to mention one other funding source from Lucy Coates-Stanis, the New Mexico Tourism's Clean and Beautiful program. Clean and Beautiful or Beautify program. So check that out if you're on the New Mexico side of the line. The New Mexico Tourism's Clean and Beautiful program. It sounds like it's kind of a youth-based program to get trails and parks cleaned up. So very cool. Thanks for sharing that, Lucy. All right, our final presenter in this session, and then we'll shift over to the panel, and we also have a visit from Martin Begay coming up from Navajo Parks, is going to be Sean Dean Nez. And Sean Dean Nez is the director of the Navajo program for the Ancestral Lands program, which is a trail, many-faceted program, which includes trail development. Sean Dean is going to speak specifically about some of the work that Ancestral Lands does on Navajo Nation and elsewhere, and what opportunities are available for chapters and communities that are interested in utilizing their services, which do include trail building services. So Sean Dean, you have the floor. And then again, remember folks, after Sean Dean, we will have some time for questions for anybody in this panel. Eli.
Everybody, Shay Shandin Nez Yanishia, Hashkashin Nishla, Nasha Shabashichin, Tachini Dashiche, Arokia Ani Dashnell.
I'm not sure how we're going to do.
I am one of the program managers for the Diné office of Ancestral Lands, and I'm currently sharing a presentation that I'll be doing. Yeah, I am originally from Tuahale to Gray Hills area, so I was excited to hear when Navajo YES is talking about the Chusa Mountain bike route. Our program, we are based in Gallup. We actually have 5 different offices, one based in Albuquerque, Acoma, Mizuni, Hopi, and then finally the Diné office. So we started out in 2008 with the Pueblo of Acoma. Then we have all of our other offices starting to happen: Navajo Nation, Albuquerque, Zuni, and Hopi. So our program, originally we were under Southwest Conservation Corps and have recently moved to our own as Ancestral Lands Conservation Corps. So we bring different places together. So land management agencies, whether it's like National Park, Forest Service, BLM, Bureau of Reclamation, Conservation Legacy, and tribal communities. And most of what we're doing is recruiting from our communities. So Acoma will recruit from Acoma, and we recruit from Gallup area or Navajo Nation. These are some of the places that we've worked at in the past few years. So you can see there's a wide swath over the Southwest. We've gone as far as California, Southern Arizona, Utah, even Wyoming, doing some historic preservation. We do all kinds of different project work. So one of the big things we do, of course, conservation project works. We've done a lot of chainsaw work of that restoration of land, We've done fencing work. We have a farm corps out of like Acoma and Hopi. And more recently, we're getting more into recreational infrastructure development, which is definitely trail work, which is where a bunch of my background has come from. I'm sort of the lead for our trails projects within Ancestral Lands Conservation Corps, doing the training, some site visits. And here's some of the examples of where we've done some training. So Ancestral Lands, we recruit young adults on teams of 5. So 1 crew leader, 1 leader in development, and 3 members. Our crews go 8 days on. So they live in camp together while doing conservation work. So more specifically, you can see we're doing some trail work here and some fencing work. We provide all of their training, whether it's safety, the project work itself. So you can see we have a big trails training. This is actually out in the Zuni Mountain Trail project here near Gallup. We invite our project partners to come in, help train for the trails training. And I myself also lead the trails training along with some of my coworkers. So they go on these 8-day-long things. Again, we provide the training, we provide all of the protective equipment, tools, vehicle, and food. Along with getting conservation work done, we're also helping our members work on their own personal development, community development, and environmental. So the personal part of that development is going to be like the professional side. For a lot of folks, this might be their first job. It could be their first time camping. We have certain certifications, which could be like wilderness first aid, chainsaw safety, the trails training. We also do interpersonal skills, so really getting them to develop on those leadership skills, teamwork, work ethic. And since we deal with the AmeriCorps, we help them get those AmeriCorps awards, which is basically an education award they can use after their season. I know for myself, when I was a crew member, I found a big connection to land when I started doing work. So that's one of my hopes when I'm recruiting folks here in Gallup and on Navajo, is to get them connected back to the land, just getting out there, getting dirty, working and living with other people of their same age. This is some of our economic impact. These numbers are kind of old, but it does show the impact that we have. There I mentioned the AmeriCorps Education Award. So in 2017, we were able to contribute, $225,000 to that further education. Over 300 Indigenous young adults, and we're always growing. So this year we're planning on having several different kinds of crews. Positive impacts in our communities. You can see that we have traditional ecological knowledge. So I mentioned we do a bunch of different kind of conservation projects. One of them that we have coming out pretty soon is going to be plant identification and working with Navajo Nation to collect seeds and then process them, hopefully get them into some nurseries so we can preserve the native plants in the area. I touched on professional development, getting people ready for the workforce, addressing physical and mental health concerns, giving folks a safe place to work, to live, to learn a lot about themselves and the work that we do. Educational opportunities, kind of in the same thing. They're learning a lot about conservation, the work that we do themselves, and potential next steps for jobs in conservation. And then Indigenous languages, we're working on making that a bigger part of our program. As it stands now, we definitely encourage people to speak, to share stories. Anytime we do big trainings, we do big introductions of those traditional introductions of clans and really building that kinship. So with trail work, this is what we're expecting for 2021, which is going to be pretty exciting. We would love to work on Navajo, so it's awesome seeing all the presentations and potential trail possibilities with Navajo YES, or even with Glen Canyon. We worked with Kendall in the past. For this year, again, with Kendall, we're hoping to work on Defiance House, which isn't on Navajo, but is definitely right there by Navajo. We have access funds, so we're going to be redoing some approach trails to popular climbing areas to help reduce erosion and impacts from people just kind of walking wherever they want. We're also going to be working with Colorado 14ers Initiative near Mount Wilson, which is also around a lake called Navajo Lake, which is going to be awesome for the crew that's going up there because they'll be from the Diné office. And that's going to be rerouting a trail. So it's actually going to get pretty technical. And they're helping us with training our leaders and staff to learn how to move those rocks in a good way. But we're moving a trail from sensitive habitat away from the lake and more upslope. In the past, we've worked with different folks. So one of the biggest ones we worked with was the Zuni Mountain Trail Project, which was in those pictures that I showed you earlier. Another was Rainbow Bridge National Monument. We helped work on a slot canyon to create better access for stock and backcountry hikers coming from Navajo Mountain down to Rainbow Bridge National Monument. Last year, we got to work at Horseshoe Bend, again with Kendall and Glen Canyon, just creating new trails using cairns to make it much clearer, hopefully getting some bikes on the trail and open soon. We also worked on Oak Creek Canyon, which was more closing down social trails to give the area time to rehabilitate and not have as much impact. Again, these are a lot of folks that we've worked with in the past. AmeriCorps, Pueblo Acoma Nature Conservancy, National Park Service, BLM, Bureau of Reclamation. And so our program is mostly the boots on the ground stuff. So usually folks come to us when they have, shovel ready projects, something that we can hop on. Since we do all of the training, we can just send our crews out there, for depending on how big the project on, 1 week, 2 weeks, maybe more. Some of the projects I showed you earlier will be on those for, 8 to 10 weeks, which are pretty long-term projects. But if you want more information about how to get us involved with your project, here's some contact information. We have a website, Facebook, Instagram. Chaz Robles is our core director. We got Kyle Trujillo, program director, which I needed to add his phone number. But also feel free to reach out to me as well, because I do have the ability to do like site visits and check out what you have going on. And as always, we're always looking for young Diné folks to be in our crew so that they can also learn these skills and take them back to their communities. Ahihet.
That one we're going to ask Martin when he comes back. Good. Oh, yeah, Shandine, awesome information. Again, really practical information for those of you that are interested in doing trails in your communities. So we've got a lot of knowledge and a lot of experience and a lot of resources right here between Larry and Clara and Angela and Shandine. So we also want to open the floor right now for anybody who feels that they have a question or a topic that they want to see addressed by one of these four folks. So the floor is open. Feel free to send those over to Raiji on our Facebook page, and he'll share those with us as soon as he gets them. So if anybody has questions, go ahead and send those over right now. And in just a little bit, we're going to be hearing from the Vice President and Second Lady as well. They're going to be joining us here in Window Rock. So look forward to that in just a bit. But the floor, like I say, is open for anybody who's got questions for these individuals for this Resources for Developing Your Trails session. All right, we're going to hang on. I know there's going to be some more coming, and Mr. Begay is going to be back with us in just a minute. Well, let's jump over to a little pop quiz. Okay, Eli, can you handle this one over here? Let's grab this poster. We got this, the Four Corners Monument. Karen Yazzie, the awesome park manager over there at Four Corners. So hello to Karen and the crew. I know they're tuned in today. So this is a runner at Four Corners during the Quadkea winter event in December every year. And the question for you is this. There are two amazing trails in Four Corners Monument. Can you name them? Ooh, we're getting to the advanced level now. One of them is pretty well known. It's been around for a number of years. The other one is about 2 years old, and it's a very fitting name for one trail that's in the Four Corners Monument. So if you think you know the answer for this one, give us the two trails that are in the Four Corners Monument up in Tisnaspas. All right. Again, shoot that over to Raiji if you think you have got an answer. And I'm going to pause here and ask a quick question of the crew here. So just hang tight, everybody. We're just waiting for Mr. Begay, and then we're going to have him live here. And then if any other questions are forming in your mind, be sure to send those over to us here in just the next few minutes. I want to show you something while we're waiting for Mr. Begay, though, and that is the brand new Navajo Nation Trail Guide. And this is just recently published back in January, and it is an amazing little document. It has got great information on trails all around the nation. See what happens if I put this guy down. All right. Camp Asaya, one of First Lady's favorite places. Monument Valley, there's a Wildcat Trail you saw this morning. Chusa Mountain Bike Route, Fabato Community Trail System. Some really good stuff. Rainbow Trail, that wilderness route we were looking at yesterday. Twin Falls up in Tisnaspas. The Kotalka Trail out back here in Window Rock. Snowy Trail right now. Information about campgrounds, NPS sites. So lots of great stuff here. So if you have not yet got one of these, a couple ways you could get one. Number one is you can send Raiji a note. Raiji knows everybody. So send Raiji a note, and you could do one of two things. If you want a digital version, just mention that, and we'll shoot you the link for that. If you want a hard copy, just go ahead and send him. Get some mailed out to you. If you want a bunch, tell us that. We got a lot of copies of these babies. So if you want, 50 for your church, you want 100. Get those out. It's going to be a lot easier to get these out once COVID fades away here in the next few weeks or months. And then we'll be able to. Got the digital version live. We can mail you. Otherwise, we can also connect with you at some point in the next few months. Excuse me. All right. Currently, we do have guides in a variety of places. There are some. We're going to have some to parks in different locations as well. And they're going to be all over the Navajo Nation here within the next few months once we get the Parks and Recreation. He's going to give a of things, and we also want to give a chance for anybody in the parks and so forth to bring those out when he takes the floor. Keep sending those over to Raiji as well. And don't forget the two trails. Got the floor, sir.
Yate, other than Natagido, Kumudit and Hitanagi, Martin Begay and Shigado, department manager in Schlifford Parks. We're really glad to be working with Tom and his group on some of the activities that are going on in the tribal parks, like the marathons and the half marathon, also the fun walks, say that Egi, Banda Alte, although the Yanika and the Luokoto, Mr. Regan. What I want to go over this morning or this afternoon is what we're thinking of doing from Parks and Recreation Department, and in the coming months, sort of giving Louise and Jenny for coming up here and taking some of the questions that the people had and try to. So, to begin with, the first marathon that we had was in Monument Valley. I think it was in 2008. And that was when we had the 50th anniversary of this first tribal park. Something special for that area. And that's also when the View Hotel at Monument Valley opened up. And so we wanted to celebrate the 50th anniversary. Back in 2002, you may remember the Salt Lake City had their Winter Olympics. And so they used the location, Monument Valley, as one of the areas where they had the torch relay. And so that was actually the first run that was held through Monument Valley. And then after that, we started the Drums of Summer activities at the tribal park. And this was the intent to bring in more visitors to the park, as well as to give some. So, but up to now, I think we've just of that name. So what I was thinking is that we would start going more into outdoor recreation also. And trails, biking, hiking, camping, those type of things, or some of the things that we're going to be looking at in the future, to start a fund dollars to help communities with their projects that they want to do through the outdoor recreation program. And so we would just need to tweak our plan of operation and have it approved by the resource committee in order to do that, to get into that. So we will be working on that, and hopefully before the end of this year, we would have that outdoor recreation program set up. Louise and Janine this morning went through all the trails that we have in the tribal parks. We have trails on the western side at Little Colorado River Tribal Park, where we have the marathon run and the half marathon. And so that trail is there. It just needs to be improved so that more people can use that trail to hike. Another project we're looking at is there's an old road highway that used to run from Cameron to the Grand Canyon. It's the old 64 highway. And the road is still there. It just needs to be improved to allow for people to use it for hiking and biking. So that's one project that we're looking at in that area. There are other trails in Little Colorado River, like the Hopi Salt Trail and other trails that are there. We need to do more work in getting those available for public use and working with the local people and also the local chapter. In Monument Valley, there are two trails that was mentioned this morning, the Lee Clyde Trail and then the Wildcat Trail. And what I'm thinking about is to develop the trail that goes up to the top of Mitchell Mesa. And this is a part of that ultramarathon that they have. And so the trail is there. It just needs to be improved also. The other option we're looking at is to help with the Rainbow Trail that goes from Navajo Mountain to Rainbow Bridge. And we're looking at the possibility of working with Tom on putting in some composting toilets along the trail so that people can have access to those. There are other parks that have trails, Asayat, Bull Canyon. I think there's a couple of trails there also available. And one of those trails was fixed up or rehabilitated by Tom's group. We're really grateful for that. And then we also have a couple of marathons, half marathons that take place there. So we're really assisting as much as we can with the trails on the tribal parks. The other major project that we may be getting into is the abandoned railroad that runs from the old generating station, the closed down generating station, towards Black Mesa. The railroad is still there, and I think President Nance had been thinking about maybe keeping that railroad there so that it can be put into use as a tourist attraction. But we could also develop the trail that goes by adjacent to it and have that open also to hiking and biking. I want to thank the tribal park managers that are out there helping people that come to the parks. We have Effie Yazzie, who's the park manager at Lake Powell Tribal Park. Edward Little, the manager at Little Colorado River. Adeline Tohani at Monument Valley Tribal Park. Karen Yazzie at Four Corners Monument. And Danielle Yazzie, who's at Chinle Kennedy Shea. And then also our local staff that we have here in the central area. Special thanks to go out to the rangers that we have. We have 4 rangers, and they have to cover about over 2 million acres of tribal park land. So special thanks to the rangers that we have. There were some questions here this morning that I want to answer. A question about an RV park in Monument Valley. There is an RV park there already, and that's being run by a company called Shudda Incorporated. It's kind of like a company that's associated with Artsco that runs the View Hotel. So there's a RV park, and they also have some cabins there. As to the reopening of the tribal parks, that was a question raised by the Resource and Development Committee last week, and we had a session on that. And the bottom line is that the pandemic is still here. We're still in the red phase. And if we do go into the next phase, which is orange phase, there will be some reopening of the tribal offices, the tribal park offices, but more than likely the tribal parks will still remain closed because of the continuing concern for the spread. And once we move into the out of the orange phase, which will probably be I believe it's the yellow phase or the green phase, that's when the more of the parks will be reopened to the parks, to the visitors. As far as new trails, I mentioned about the Mitchell Mesa Trail, and there's other trails that are possible. The one that mentioned by Kurt Riff Snyder yesterday about the LCR, the Colorado River, and there's opportunity there for bed and breakfast type operations where people can, using that trail, can stay alone at these facilities. Other than that, I think I've covered everything. The potential for trail development is great on the Navajo Nation, and the opportunity for economic benefit is there for everyone, even the local people. They can get into trails, benefiting from trails. So with that, I want to thank Tom again for this opportunity, and I will conclude my remarks by saying thank you to everyone for listening to my presentation. Thank you. Thank you, Tom.
Questions coming in too. So we'll keep the floor open here for just a couple minutes. If anybody has any follow-up questions for Mr. Begay or the other presenters in this session, Larry, Clara, Angela, or Shondine. So Raiji, if you've got anything coming in on Facebook, if you've got questions, you could just shoot them on Facebook, shoot them into us on Facebook, and we'll keep tabs of them over there. We do have a winner, by the way, on the Four Corners trails. The two trails there are the Dancing Horse Trail and the State Line Trail. And the winner on that was Mr. Terry Yazzie. Man, there's always one kid that ends up with the biggest bag on Halloween, right? Good grief. So Terry he's stocking up for Christmas or something here. He's done well today, paying attention. Like, yeah, Terry, go Cubs. All right. If we've got other questions, though, the floor is still open. And Mr. Begay, forgive me if I was missed this earlier. Did you mention the reopening of the parks or the possible timeline for the reopening of the parks? Could you touch on that just a little bit?
Yes, Tom. In the discussion with the Resource and Development Committee, they did call in Dr. Jill Jim, who's with Division Director for Department of Health. And she gave a presentation on what kind of criteria they're looking at in order to move into a different phase. And like I said, she mentioned that there was a red phase we're still in. And then when the number of cases start going down, then we'll take a look at those numbers again and see what they can do or what can be done on the reopening, not just the tribal parks, but encouraging people to come visit the Navajo Nation. So at the present time, with the number of vaccinations that are taking place, I believe it was mentioned there was maybe 4 to 5% or more after people had been vaccinated. But as soon as we can get to a higher number, maybe 75%, I think that's one of the baselines that they're looking at, is to use that as one of the reasons why we can move into another phase. So I would imagine, I had told previously the Resource and Development Committee that our timeline that we were looking at from the department was possibly April of this year. But again, that depends on what the order is from the Department of Health. Because that commission, the health commission that they set up, is actually the one that has the authority to declare an emergency and any kind of restrictions that they may place on those in that phase. So hopefully answer that question.
Can I ask a follow-up question? Do you think in the best case scenario there could be events if things continue well by summer or fall in the parks?
I would say that if we're not able to meet the April timeline, and if our numbers still keep dropping down into the early summer, I would say maybe June or July, maybe another timeline that we can look into. But more than likely, we should be getting back into reopen phase maybe by September, October, September, somewhere around there. Okay, thank you, Don.
Again, Mr. Begay. All right, Rajiv, have we got any other questions that have come in? Yep. All right, what have you got there? Okay. Oh, yes. Okay. So, Mr. Begay, this is a little bit of a complicated question. This is from Lewis Williams. It's a great question. He was one of our presenters this morning. And he runs us a new outfitting company out of Montezuma Creek. So his question is this. He says, our Navajo-owned company is seeking permits to run the San Juan River. We are currently working with BLM in trying to acquire a river permit to provide tours on the river. How does the Navajo Nation work with the BLM to issue permits for Navajo commercial river outfitters? Our riverbanks are on the left side and are totally on the Navajo Nation. Okay, so we'll refer that to Mr. Begay.
Okay, yeah, I did have communication with Lewis Williams, who's the owner of that company that he's running out of Blanding. And he is planning on taking river trips from Blanding down to Glen Canyon or Lake Powell. And as he mentioned, the San Juan River is kind of like the borderline. The middle of the river on the south side is Navajo Nation, and the north side is Utah lands, and also under the jurisdiction oversight of the BLM from I believe it's Moab or Monticello. And so there are several companies that provide these river trips from Blanding or Bluff. And they go down the river, and the only real camping sites are on the Navajo side. And so the BLM does issue permits, I guess, for the northern side of their jurisdiction, in their jurisdiction. And on the southern side, we have had a couple of companies that started doing the river trips, but they weren't successful and discontinued their operation. But where we do provide assistance is issuing permits to companies like Mr. Williams, which authorizes them to take groups on these guided river trips. So I did provide Mr. Williams the necessary paperwork, and he's going to be working on that. So our permits authorizes the company to operate on the Navajo Nation, to camp and on the Navajo Nation site and so forth. So as for the BLM, I assume their jurisdiction comes from being on the northern side of the river. So that's the best answer that I can give to Mr. Williams.
We've got another question for you. You're a popular man. Two-part question from Angel. She was asking if you could clarify the difference between the two rangers, the park rangers and the resource enforcement rangers. So maybe you could explain the difference between those two. And then, is there a chance of increasing the number of park rangers, she wants to know, across the nation as well?
Okay. Within the Division of Natural Resources, there are actually 4 enforcement groups. One is the Resource Enforcement Rangers, and then we have our own park rangers, and then there are enforcement people under Fish and Wildlife, and then there's also enforcement under Forestry Department. But the main difference between our park rangers and the Resource Enforcement Rangers, I guess, is in their primary assignment, their primary responsibility. And ours is to monitor the tribal park areas and enforce any tribal park policies and regulations that apply in the tribal parks. And the Resource Enforcement Rangers are more like a general law enforcement agency. They help the other resource enforcement officers, Fish and Wildlife, Forestry, and ours. And so, but they're more a broad authority as to what they can do, but they're still involved in livestock enforcement. So that takes a lot of their time to do that work.
Cool. Yeah, thanks again. All right. Reggie, any other questions coming in? Mr. Begay is a popular man. Thanks for taking the time, sir. Appreciate it. All right. Well, we're going to have one more presenter, one more visit from our Navajo Nation Vice President, and Miss Eddie Anderson is going to introduce the VP. After that, we'll take a short 5-minute break, and then we'll come back for the final session of the day. So, Eddie.
Thank you, Tom. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for tuning in. And now we are going to hear some wise words and some words of encouragement from our Vice President and Second Lady, Mr. and Mrs. Leiser. Okay, Vice President and Second Lady, we're here for you.
All righty. Thank you, Etty. Thank you, Tom, and all those on the call. This is a great opportunity to say hello and chime in with that segment that I myself and my wife, we don't get enough of the great outdoors. So it's a great opportunity to be able to speak on that. So I want to give I guess, some time to my wife. Let her speak first, kind of change things up on you, just get the juices flowing here on my end. But we've been on a bunch of meetings already, and I'll continue throughout the rest of the day. So ladies and gentlemen, I just want to introduce you to my beautiful wife, the Second Lady of the Navajo Nation, but my First Lady, Miss Dottie Leiser.
Thank you, my hubby, my one and only. We are here today really to talk about the conference on trails and recreation and, and what goes along with that, some of the things the departments are talking about, what they can do, how they can do, who they need to talk to. So it's great just to collaborate amongst all these people that are on this conference. And so today, I really want to talk about just the health side, the healthy portion, and becoming, healthy and stronger, and staying safe as we do a lot of these outdoor recreation times. And so these trails and recreations, it's for everybody. It's for all ages. It's for men. It's for women, and it's for children. So it's really no. It's not just geared towards one person. And so it's really nice that it's, we can go as a family. And so it's also a good form of physical exercise, where we're outdoors and it's a good time to enjoy our surroundings, our natural surroundings here on Navajo. We have a great scenery. We have, we're very blessed here. And so that would be if you get out with your family, a good way to really take in, a lot of the natural surroundings that we have. Taking part in trails and the recreational activities, especially outdoors, can improve your health, your physical health. People who take part in a lot of the activities, such as walking and hiking And skiing, I know we can, probably pull out our skis, are more than likely that they lower their body fat percentages, and of course along that, lowers our blood pressure and, our cholesterol levels. So, so taking part in these activities, it's so easy. It's just right outside. And I know right now we can't really get outside. It's cold. It's actually, in fact, it's actually snowing. So, a lot of these things are just a plus, to our health. It's also a good way, to prevent a lot of and reduce the stress. We work every day and, we take care of our families every day. Getting outside helps improve our self-esteem as well. It improves our overall health. And, we just need to be creative and be confident in who you are when you're out walking. It could also enhance your spiritual growth, when you're out, just walking, saying a prayer, lifting up people who are sick, lifting up your family just for protection. It's a good way to to grow in spirituality. So over the holidays also, we ate a lot. You look at October, it was Halloween. Look at November, it was Thanksgiving. You look at December, it was Christmas. We tend to kind of maybe put on a few pounds, and this could be a good way. We always have these resolutions at the new year. It'd be a good way to improve on our health and our lives. And we just want to live longer. And so. And the days are becoming longer. So this would be a great way to get out and just enjoy what's out there, enjoy the trails. I was looking at the map on the mountain there and how it's 81 miles. And it'd be great if we could just do 5 miles. We could do 6 miles, make it a goal, to walk the whole 81 miles through the summer. It's just something that we can do to help ourselves, to help, reduce a lot of the stress, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. We have to improve our mental wellness. There's so much that we go through, and having to, stay inside. And, a lot of times when we stay inside, we eat. And we eat and we eat. And sometimes that's, I talked to my doctor the other day, and she was saying, there was a lot of people, I guess, within Navajo that, that's all we did. We were at a time and a point when we had to stay home, and that's what we did. We ate. And so, there's a lot of people that, it's natural when you're home, you kind of eat, you're going to put on a few pounds. And so, this would be a good way to get out and drop some of those pounds. And so, I'm one of those people, you kind of get stuck at home. So, and also just getting out there, and as I said earlier, it just manages your stress level. And it's also a time to nurture yourself, and it provides a sense of balance and self-esteem. And it helps reduce anxiety and depression, because sometimes, we go through those things. And like I said, it's all about balance and how to improve your quality of life. We find ourselves busy, every day, and, we need to find a way to balance the pressures, with work life and family life. And, we could do that with the physical and mental, the physical part of being out and walking, also helps our mental well-being, which is very important. People who make a recreation a priority is more than likely to feel satisfied in their overall lives. So, we tend to feel better about ourselves. When we're out, we're walking, we're feeling good. We tend to look at ourselves and, we feel good. It's also an encouragement to explore, things as a family. First Lady and I, our platform is really about, promoting family and being together, taking care of one another. And, this is a time to be encouraged with one another and to be together. You get to spend more time with your children outdoors. You have, fewer health problems. Even the kids, they have fewer health problems as well, because, I know my kids, when they were younger, this is all you saw, they didn't look at you as a yes or no. Do you want to eat? Are you hungry? And so they were more into the video games. Like I said, it brings together family. It promotes family cohesiveness and unity. And we do need that in this day and age, especially all that we're going through with this COVID-19. And it's also low cost. Really, there's no cost to go out and to just enjoy the mountains, enjoy the trails, and just walking and being with family. So it's a great way. Sometimes we need to overcome those barriers. As I said, sometimes our kids are so involved with video games. The technology is the number one reason why youth are not getting outdoors. They're more apt to go inside and play those video games. And also the lack of interest in being outdoors. Our youth need to participate in a lot of the activities because they don't do that. They talk more about their video games. I don't know a lot about what's out there, but I know when my kids were younger, they were always saying this and that, so this would be a good time to get out and not worry about video games. So I want to encourage everybody, don't wait, get up and let's go out there and let's explore what Navajo has to offer outdoors, and all these trails that all these departments are talking about and what they're doing to fix up those trails. It'd be great to get out and just do that and be a part of that, and to say, hey, I walked the 81 miles, up on Narbona. That'd be awesome. I just want to encourage all of you to also be safe out there and to, level your lifestyle, and, let's get out. I want to, do that during the summer is, grab our family and say, let's go, and of course also make sure and wear your mask and take your hand sanitizer, because, I don't think this, COVID-19 is going to end anytime soon, but we all still need to be careful and just be aware. And I just wanted to kind of give you guys that and let you know that, let's be safe. Let's, work on our health, as, Diné people, we need to work on ourselves and take care of ourselves. And so that's kind of just what I wanted to share with you. And, I thank you for your time, and, I'll pass it on to my wonderful husband, Mr. Vice President, Myron Leiser.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, my love. Appreciate that. And take your Scooby snacks with you, right? If you're taking your pets out on the trails. And it's beautiful out there, you're right. So thank you. Yes, and I am the Vice President. Comanche Nishlet Kohana Bashis Chin do Comanche Deshache Clash Beshanel. It's good to be with you all. And yes, I'll just speak briefly on the economic structure or building outdoor communities, right? And receiving an economic advantage from our vast, beautiful land here that we know as Dinitra. Outdoor recreation is a powerful economic force nationally, generating $788 billion in economic output, comprising 2.1% of the United States gross domestic product, and supporting 5.2 million jobs. This is per the Bureau of Economic Analysis done in 2021. We need jobs too, right? So we need a burgeoning and booming economic recreational economy here, tourism as well. But you can utilize outdoor recreational projects to strengthen individual communities across the Navajo Nation. We all know communities and, become, I guess, better advocates for that, all of us. Expand the local outdoor recreation economies. It may be simple for communities to build outdoor recreation economies, but there are a ton of factors that rural communities struggle with all across our Navajo Nation when attempting to broaden their communities' revenues. But it's a start. The SNES Leiser administration is solely focused on supporting our sovereign nation, including the huge economic opportunity zones for the outdoor recreation industry. When we invest in the foundation of the recreation economy, our public lands and waters, there is a compounding return that benefits our Navajo Nation and becoming healthier and wealthier and more wise people. So But let's accept the fact that outdoor recreation creates healthy economies and healthy communities. When tribal leaders invest in outdoor recreation, research shows that it can reduce crime rates and also improve educational outcomes and lower healthcare costs. We will continue to advocate for our public lands and waters because it represents the Navajo Nation to the rest of the world. Right now, during this pandemic that we've been shut down, our highways have been shut down. Visitors, by and large, been kept from coming to the Navajo Nation. But outdoor recreation economy depends on funding, on management, and access to public lands. A key word there, access to public lands, which contribute to the growth of our comeback economy after this COVID-19 pandemic and ensure that we have beautiful places to recreate. So I want to thank you for this time to be able to just speak towards that economic, opportunity that is out there. And the Nez Leiser administration is working fervently and full-heartedly to look for those opportunities to enhance tourism to our area, help economic recovery as well. I believe our economy can open up and recover safely. And so as we do that, we look and thank you, Navajo YES, and all of our partners here for giving us this platform in which to speak and advocate for opening up our economy. What does it look like? Well, I think just having discussions like this one is going to help promote that and do it safely. And then lastly, I just want to throw in a plug for Navajo YES here. Along the way somewhere, I got one of these and I use it pretty often during this cold winter season. So thank you, Tom, and all those on the call. My beautiful wife there, thank you for your kind words as well. And we'll keep praying for you all, and I appreciate you all. So yeah, long. God bless you.
Thank you, Tom.
Oh, yeah. Thank you very much, Vice President, Second Lady. I think those words, it's interesting how Second Lady was really focused on the health and the family time and that aspect of things. And Vice President also looking at the economic benefits of trails and outdoor recreation. And those are both so true, and they're both, mutually compatible, and they really complement each other. So thank you for sharing that and giving us that perspective. So yeah, thanks very much. Oh. All right, we're going to take a very quick breather here in just a second. I want to give a quick heads up again that we are going to have one more pop quiz right now. And the question is related to this guy right here, this little poster beneath us. As the First Lady, or as the Second Lady and VP were saying, it's all about families. It's all about getting out. It's all about spending time together. But it's also sometimes about competing and racing and having fun that way as well. And the question for you, you can ponder this. We're going to take just a couple-minute break here and regroup. Is related to Shiprock Marathon. So here's your question. You can do a little research in the next 2 minutes if you don't know this off the top of your head. Who are the winners of the last live in-person Shiprock Marathon? I'm going to give you a big clue here. They are two Hopi runners. One very tall individual and one rather not so tall individual. All right. They are both amazing runners, obviously, and they won the last live Shiprock. So if you can give us those two, we can get some swag coming your way after the conference is over. All right, we're gonna take about a 2-minute break here and we will be back with our final session. You're not gonna wanna miss this. We've got some really great presenters for us, sharing some real nice success stories. We'll hear from Claudia Jackson, the folks at Silver Stallion, among others, in just a little bit. All right, so we'll see you in just a couple minutes, so stay tuned.